Okay. So let's understand what is Dynatrace. Okay. First. Yeah. First we'll understand, then we can go for a PPT. Okay. So right, Dynatrace is the application performance monitoring tools. Okay, the APM tools. Okay, the short form we used to call APM tools. And APM stands for application performance monitoring. Application performance monitoring. Performance monitoring. Somebody called monitoring, yeah, somebody called management. So why somebody called management and somebody called monitoring? It is the same level. Okay. So whichever the APM tools we have, okay, one we have earlier, like if you go with a little bit 10 years back, we have a monitoring tools. Okay. So if you heard about that Nagios, yeah, what we called 10 years tools, WhatsApp Gold. If you go 10-15 years back, we had IP level monitoring, right? We used to scan the IP and based on that we are monitoring their code part, right? So whichever the applications we have, either we have a Java applications, yeah, we have a .NET applications, yeah, we have PHP, yeah, Node.js, yeah, we have serverless component, either on PaaS, yeah, we have PaaS platform, right? Monitoring is required. Are you with me? Why monitoring is required? Because without monitoring, you cannot understand the application performance, whether they are doing well, yeah, they are doing bad. They are performing well, yeah, they are performing bad, right? Like suppose now in India, across the globe, what is happening is everything is happening in digital side, right? And digital side, sometimes you have seen that when you are trying to do some payments, server is not available, right? Through UPI or something. Sometimes you are facing that application is not available, yeah, something, right? So to understand that availability of that application, right, you need to understand, you need to monitor that, right? So then only you will come to know that that application went on in midnight 3 a.m. Correct. So for that, application performance monitoring is required. Okay. So there are a lot of monitoring tools in market. Like we have Dynatrace, Datadog, Neural Lake, Prometheus Grafana, Instana, IBM Tivoli. There are a lot of many monitoring tools we have in market. We more than 50, 100. Easy Innovation, Solar Wind. In Solar Winds also we have different flavors, right? So there are a lot of monitoring tools we have. Okay. So why Dynatrace is important? So every year there is a Gartner. Okay. So if you see the Gartner quadrant, Dynatrace is leading in the market. Suppose this is the first quadrant, this is second quadrant, this is third quadrant, this is fourth quadrant, right? So Dynatrace is leading in the first quadrant, correct? Okay. Then we have Datadogs, we have AppD, we have a Neural Lake. Okay. So these are the tools we have. Okay. So sometimes Dynatrace will go in first leader, sometimes Datadog will go. I think this year Datadog went to first leader. Why? Because their pricing is a little bit low, right? So when you are comparing any kind of something like if you compare BMW with Honda City, right? So definitely BMW provides luxury life, right? So luxury life in terms of application performance monitoring, luxury means it is simply simplified. They have simplified the way to implement the monitoring, correct? So this way you can understand that. Okay, so that is the reason sometimes Datadog went for first leader position because their price is low, so selling will be very high. Dynatrace is price selling will be demand is more, but according to the price, all those things people don't buy it, right? So every company cannot afford it, right? So there will be less selling, but still they're in good tools, right? Why? Because they are providing a luxury life for you. Why? Why? Because in terms of application, I'm not in terms of life, in terms of application performance monitoring, they're providing a luxury life. There are a lot of things. It is automated. No need. There's no much manual configuration on the application side, right? On the server side. So what will happen is you won't feel much difficulty to implement the monitoring. It's correct. So this way you can understand little bit easier, okay, compared to Datadog, okay, yeah, other monitoring, right? Anyway, you have to reach some destination. Honda City also will reach that same destination, and Dynatrace also will reach the same destination, but that timing will be different. Some right? Timing would be different, right? So some Dynatrace tools, if you wanted to implement, you can implement in 1 week, yeah, 1 month, right? The same way, if you wanted to implement Datadog, yeah, App Dynamics, it may take another 3 months, right? So that is the huge difference. We have that, right? It depends on that company effort, budgets, right? People used to buy that monitoring. It's okay. Any doubt? I'll pause it here and let me know if you have any doubt. Any doubt? At least say yes, no.
Yeah,
We have a
no,
long hour
we are
session.
good.
Okay.
I'm good.
So don't be shy, anything. You can ask anything. Okay. Anywhere you have a doubt, just you ask me. Okay. So now I'm going with, so you understood, right? What is the APM? Okay. So APM stands for Application Performance Monitoring and Management. Okay. Somebody called, so suppose this is your Java application. Okay. So let me draw a little bit diagram. This is your Java application. Just assume it. This is your .NET application. This is your Node.js application. Okay. And all this application, right, is going to database. Either all this talk to one database also it is possible, and they can talk to multiple database also. So when end user, when you hit this in the browser, something, right, what will happen? It will go to that application tier, right? They will fetch the data from the database, correct? Again, it will give the response, correct? So if this, when you are fetching, if this is down, some of the services, if it is down, you are able to get the response? No, right? So to have this, monitoring is required, correct? To monitor their so it will be running on the server, right? So suppose this server having some issue and server went down, means application went down, correct? So for that, monitoring is required. Anything, right? So monitoring, without monitoring, you cannot go live in production, right? Even people used to do performance testing, right? So performance testing, once you have done it, where you can measure that CPU capacity, okay, load, all those things, where you can measure through, you can fetch the data through monitoring tools. Even sometimes we have application code issue, right? Code issue, and you wanted to see that which method, which database statement taking long time to execute that a service, right? So you need to understand that for code level analysis, you wanted to analyze your code level issue. Still, you need a monitoring tools, correct? Either it could be anything, okay? Either Dynatrace or data, okay? So you need it, right? So same way, suppose now something you wanted to understand that application performance and complete transaction steps, right? From login to log out. Suppose you wanted to buy a product, you need to log in, then you need to fill your details, right? You are searching some item, you are adding item into cart, right? Then you are doing payment, and then you are logging out, right? Your reference ID gets generated. Complete transaction you wanted to monitor, right? Still you need IPM monitoring, correct? That is called synthetic monitoring is required. That is the one part of feature. So yeah, you wanted to check that login page, only that endpoint, first endpoint, that application you wanted to monitor. Still you need application, right? You wanted to understand that application performance, like how much time does it take to load that application, right? Again, you need a application performance monitoring tool. Without application performance monitoring tools, you cannot understand, okay? You wanted to understand that user journey, right? From which country people are accessing my website, which location they're accessing, which browser they are using, from which IP they are using that, right? You wanted to understand that. Again, you need a APM performance monitoring, right? So for that, all those in combinations, right? Like you wanted to understand the network level issue, still you need a application performance. So either you wanted to understand the infra, yeah, application, network, then uh, network, then the application itself will come synthetic, real user monitoring, okay? web application, yeah, mobile application, yeah, custom application, mobile app, either Android and iOS, yeah, any custom application. Okay, network, you need a monitoring tool. Then only you can monitor that network connectivity, retransmission, performance, all those things. You can packet send, packet loss, all those things you can do that. Okay, so Dynatrace is the best tools. They provide all the features in with one agent. Okay? So that is somebody called Dynatrace one agent, somebody called Dynatrace, okay, somebody called Dynatrace manage. Okay, hope it is clear. Okay, so now I'm going to PPT little bit so you can understand. Okay, let me put in slider mode. Okay, so now what is APM and why it is required? Okay, additionally we have discussed a little bit, but APM refers to application performance management. Okay, yes, somebody called also application performance monitoring tools, right? We can argue the both are same. Okay, so when you called application performance monitoring, since management provides little bit traces, root cause. Okay, monitoring does not provide you that root cause, traces, all those things, but management does provide, right? So that is the reason somebody called the management tool, somebody called monitoring tools. Okay, but both are same. Okay. So earlier when we had there's an approach, right? Proactive, reactive, and predictive. Correct? Three kinds of approach we have, right? Earlier, what is happening? Whatever we get, we need to react, right? Now you got some CPU 90%. You understand why it is. You do some deep dive analysis a little bit. You understand that, then you go and restarting something or something when you are memory issue when you receive that, right? So you are analyzing and you are killing some process or something. So what is happening is you are reacting it. Correct? Now we have proactive. So before going to it down, you should have proactive monitoring, right? So it should not went to that level when it is become a reactive. So that is called proactive. One, we have predictive approach. So predictive approach, that is called data analysis, right? So now they are analyzing the data. So now you have seen that, right? There is a huge demand in data science, correct? Say yes, yeah, no. At least a little bit you can say yes, no, understood.
Yes.
So okay, so predictive. So there's a lot of demand in market for predictive approach. Why? Because they are analyzing the data and they are giving you that forecast. They're predicting it like next month your database is going to full based on that last week, yeah, comparison, right? They're comparing. So these are the tools that are giving the predictive approach. Okay, and when it comes to the performance of your applications, so either proactive, yeah, predictive, yeah, reactive, right? So performance for application. So to understand that, APM is an essential tool to optimize that performance of application. Okay. So either you can take any kind of tools that you take Datadog, yeah, you take Neuralink, yeah, you take Dynatrace, yeah, you take AppDynamics. These are the tools help you to optimize the monitor of the performance of your application. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, so Dynatrace has an AI capability as well compared to other monitoring tools. Okay, so Dynatrace has an AI intelligence, okay, artificial intelligence. Okay, and that has a capability to analyze, predict, all those things. Okay, and based on that, they're providing you RCA, root cause analysis, where it was done, why it was done, everything, right? So earlier, what is happening, to understand it, why it was done, and what is the reason, to understand the root cause analysis, it take a hour, a day of time. Correct? Now you can understand it fraction of minute. Yeah. So when anything problem get triggered, they will give you the root cause as well. Okay. And why it was well done, that also will help you that. Okay. So Dynatrace provides some problem evolutions. Okay. Then we'll discuss that you can understand that from end to end. What became abnormal. So because of that region, what are the process was occupied and which are the service got occupied and which are the application got affected and why it is went down, right? So everything that Dynatrace will give you that, so you can understand it. It is a video mode, you can understand a little bit, and you can fix the issue. So it should not happen, right? So Dynatrace has AI. That AI capability will give you. They'll make your life a little bit easier, okay? Because otherwise you need to do the root cause, right? Because that application they'll not leave you, right? They'll ask you. So you're working for that application, right? They'll ask you what was the region that application went on, right? And you need to provide the RCS to help you. To provide the RCA, you need to do all the deep dive analysis, right? And Dynatrace will makes your life little bit easier because they are providing you the RCA. Okay, so in that way, little bit your life will become easy. Okay, so Dynatrace is a software intelligence company. Okay, providing that application performance management. Okay, artificial intelligence for operations, that is called AIOps. They're providing cloud infrastructure monitoring. They're providing digital experience monitoring, like a digital experience means that will come under synthetic monitoring, real user monitoring. Okay, and some other monitoring also, like in that that in terms of the license, then that also comes under DM. Okay, user session with timeline with session replay. There are a lot of things we have will discuss a little bit later on. Okay, and with products information technology department in this large. Okay, so it will the company service include performance management software program. Okay, running on-premise and in the cloud. So they have both the two features, two flavors. Either you wanted to have on-premise, you can go for on-premise. Yeah, you wanted to have a Dynatrace SaaS, like a cloud level, Dynatrace SaaS platform you wanted to have, then you can select, right? So when you go for some of the insurance, banking, telecom domain, they may prefer to on-premise environment because they want to restrict their data within the firewall, within the network, right? When you go for a retail application like they want to store their data, right? So they don't care about where it is going. It is either it is on Dynatrace SaaS cloud, yeah, on-prem, right? I wanted to store that information, all those things, because their data is important for longer period. So for that, they wanted to go for a SaaS, yeah, somewhere, okay? So they are the most of the retail customers, right? Enterprise retail customers, they prefer the Dynatrace SaaS, but they have the agreement, right, on the on-prem SaaS also. They cannot send the data, they cannot sell the data, all those things. But agreement we do have that, but still people will be more secure from our side. Okay. So this software manages the availability and performance of software application and the impact on user experience. Okay. So make sure that your user is not getting impacted. So this software manage the availability and performance of your application. So it should not impact that your user part for deep transaction tracing, synthetic monitoring, and region with the term of transaction tracing. You want to trace with the transactions. Yeah, synthetic monitoring. You wanted to have a real user monitoring. Yeah, in terms of the okay. Is that clear?
Okay. Yeah, Deepak.
So let me know if you have any doubt. Okay.
Hey, quick question before we go further. So, are we going to discuss about AI ops capabilities as part of this training within Dynatrace?
Yeah, we'll go each and every capability we have a Dynatrace. Okay. Whatever the features you can see in the Dynatrace, most of the features I'll explain. Okay. But if you are talking about like now I am integrating with Dynatrace with AWS. Okay. Then I'm sure that I will not integrate with Azure or GCP or other cloud platform. Why? Because it is the same concept, right? So that cloud will get changed. Okay. So one part, everything I'll cover. So you'll get a deeper idea on Dynatrace with terms of pass monitoring, yeah, application monitoring, yeah, synthetic monitoring, yeah, real time. Okay. So each and every configurations will do live. Okay. And you can see that. And based on that, you can take your own Dynatrace SaaS trial. You can set up your own cloud environment, whichever cloud you is feasible. Either you can go for the AWS, or you wanted to go for Azure, yeah, you wanted to have a GCP. If you are yeah, okay. Other can go for a mute because I'm getting the echo. So you can have that.
Yeah, sure. And Deepak, other piece you mentioned, so you are like a full stack of all the monitoring tools, but this training dedicated to completely Dynatrace, not you're not deviating and jumping into other tools like APM tools,
No,
right?
no. This is completely on Dynatrace, end-to-end Dynatrace implementation, performance engineering, little bit performance testings, little bit API level, how you can instrument some of the API, you can fetch the API, you can do some custom metrics collector program, how you can integrate with other tools like third party like Jira, ITSM, ITM tools. Yeah, then we can how you can integrate with Dynatrace with Grafana. Yeah, some other things. Okay, how you can integrate Dynatrace Cloud, how you can implement Dynatrace monitoring solutions on Kubernetes platforms. Okay, how you can install Dynatrace monitoring as a container, everything. Okay.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to next topic. So let's look at the Dynatrace SaaS architecture. Okay, so first I'll not go with this architecture, but I'll explain a little bit. So once you will come back to this, then you'll get a deeper idea. Okay. So Dynatrace has a two flavor. Hope it is clear.
Yes.
Dynatrace has a two flavor. Okay, one is managed one is SaaS. Somebody can explain what is the difference between SaaS and managed? Very simple.
So basically,
Anyone?
managed is on our on-premises in our data center, and we are going to take care of everything. Our company is going to take care. SaaS is managed by the Dynatrace company, and we only have the access for the what do you call like a from the client side. So using a what do you call like a thin client. Yeah.
Okay. So Dynatrace provide two flavors. One is managed and SaaS. Okay, just simple. And if it is Dynatrace server, if it's a SaaS, Dynatrace server will be running on Dynatrace cloud environment. It's basic, okay? Because few people are based as a fresher in this area. So and managed, this is your Dynatrace server is running on your environment. Means you are the owner of the server. And here, this is Dynatrace is the owner of the server. Correct? Okay. Just as a basic, okay. Then how it is, why it is, okay. So you see that, right? You are using Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, right? Just what you are doing. You are creating an account and using their service, whatever service they provide, right? If it's a Facebook, you are seeing the timelines, you are seeing the videos, you are sending a message, lot of things, right? You are uploading a photo, so whatever service they provide, right? Same way, if it's a Dynatrace, you are creating an account and using their service, whatever service Dynatrace provides. But in terms of manage, you need to set up Dynatrace server, okay, in your data center, within your network, and you are the owner of. So have you seen that? Anything, right? So that is the part of SaaS and manage. So SaaS, Dynatrace will take care, so you don't take care. So you will get only endpoint, application endpoint, like https :dynatrace.com, live.dynatrace.com, some URL you'll get. Just you log into that URL and you can use their service. You can install the agents, you can configure applications, you can configure some synthetic monitoring, you can enable your user monitoring, whatever service they provide. Managed, you need to set up Dynatrace server and then you need to do all those things. Then you will get Dynatrace portal, right? So there's a huge difference between Dynatrace SaaS and managed. Okay. Clear? Say yes, no, other people also.
Yes.
Kanti? Clear, right?
Yeah, I'm clear, Srikanth here. I'm good.
Okay. So now let's see Dynatrace architecture. Okay. So Dynatrace, this is your Dynatrace server. First, I'm going for a SaaS architecture. Okay. So this is your Dynatrace server. So now it is clear. This will be running on Dynatrace cloud environment. Either they will be spun up. Then you create an account. They will spun up either on AWS, Azure, GCP. We don't know where it is got created, but it is created in Dynatrace cloud. So I can mention here it is a Dynatrace cloud. Correct? You can note down that architecture little bit. You have. Okay, so this is your Dynatrace server. We have server component. We'll discuss after that. Okay. Now we have a one agent. So this chotu, a small chotu is called one agent. So remember, if you have worked on other monitoring tools, okay, either App Dynamics you have worked, yeah, some other monitoring tools, yeah, earlier you have worked on any kind of monitoring tools, all the agent was technology perspective. Say yes, no, right? We had earlier we had a Java agent, Node.js agent, machine agent, DB agent. Correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Now, Dynatrace provides that flexibility. All the agents we have as a not as an application perspective, is an environment. Environment is an OS perspective. Either it's the Windows, I can go and install the Windows. It is a Linux, I can go and install the Linux. If it is an AIX, I can go and if it is a Solaris, I can go. If it is a mainframe, I can go and install the agent. Okay. So we don't care. Either this is running on Windows, .NET application, yeah, is running on Java application. Okay. So I'm not going to inject anything on the JVM side or something, just on the platform, what kind of platform it is. If it is a Windows, I will install the Windows. If it is a Linux, I can install the Linux level agent. If it is a AIX, I can install the AIX agent. If it is Solaris, I can install the Solaris. Okay. So they're giving the flexibility. You don't, because earlier what is happening, you need to understand the JVM part. Everything, then only you can estimate which JVM they're using, all those things, how many JVM they're using. Now we don't care. Either on one application, you run one JVM, you have 5 JVM. We don't care. It's captured. We have one agent can capture everything. Earlier it is of 2 JVM, 3 JVM. Inside the JVM, we are injecting that, we are adding some information, all those things, then all the JVM will get reached. So nowadays, Dynatrace will provide you your life, make you a little bit easier, just to go and install the agent. Okay, so this is OS perspective. Remember, okay. Most of the time in the interview, they'll ask you a little bit on the architecture side. Okay, so now this is the OS perspective. I can mention this is Windows, this is a Linux, this is a AIX, this is a Solaris. Okay. Now, all the agent, once you install it, start sending a data to DT server. Okay. Start sending a data to DT server via port. Which port? Port is the default port. Okay. Via port 443. Okay. So once you install the agent, start sending a data to Dynatrace server, and Dynatrace server will connect Dynatrace web UI. Web UI means your Dynatrace portal. Correct? Are you?
Yeah.
Are you with
Yes.
me? Are you following?
Yes.
Okay, so then we have Dynatrace web UI. That is also via port 443 only. Architecture is very simple. Now, there is a concept of mission control. So this is a mission control. Okay. Mission control always run on Dynatrace environment. Dynatrace environment. Always. Either you take a SaaS, you manage. Okay. Remember in the interview, they may ask you the questions. Mission control will be running on in Dynatrace environment you managed in your side, yeah, Dynatrace side. Sometimes some people will ask, right? What is mission control? Have you heard about that mission control? What is the use of mission control? All those things, right? So they may ask you the questions. Okay. So mission control always run on Dynatrace environment, and their task is license validation. License validation. And second is upgrades. Okay. Upgrade. And third also you can take health check. Okay. In that upgrade itself will come a health check. But mission control, what they will use is they will keep on eye on Dynatrace as a license validation. Okay, when you consume that some sort of license, right, you'll get a pop-up. Okay, if your Dynatrace has a component, right, like a one agent, yeah, any kind of upgrades available, then you will get a notification like one agent upgrade is available, yeah, Dynatrace upgrade is available, yeah, Dynatrace has the additional component is called. We'll discuss now that activate that also have upgrade is available. So you'll get a notification, right? You wanted to upgrade. So how it is, like suppose you are using iOS, yeah, Android, correct? When iOS upgrade is become available, you are getting a notification. Say that you say people are now very good in using mobile, right? So whenever that update becomes available, you are getting a notification. Say yes, or no. So same way you can understand and you can. So once you wanted to upgrade, you can upgrade. Okay? That different way. You wanted to upgrade automatically, you wanted to upgrade manually, you don't want to automatic upgrade. That is different part, but you are getting a notification, right? Say yes, no, anybody.
Yes, Deepak.
Okay. I don't see any noise from your side. Are you understanding? Yeah, what? You're clear, right?
Yes, Deepak, we are good.
Good, right? Okay. At least you say a little bit interaction. You put some jokes in middle little bit, so
Sure.
people will be aware. Otherwise, after a few hours, no, you'll go for a sleep mode. Okay. So that part will take care of mission control. Okay. And through a REST API also you can fetch the data. Right? So Christian told, right, they're working on that API side, right? So through REST API also you can fetch the data. So what is like you wanted to have that is called some
Deepak?
Yeah.
Just a question here. So we are just now we discussed about the mission control, the license violation, and the upgrades and the health check, right? So when we are using this trial edition, I don't think we can see all these things, right?
Mission control is not visible. Okay.
So
Will
it is at
not
the cluster, right?
It-
It is a cluster environment.
So when you install Dynatrace managed, that time you can see that mission control is also going to install. Okay. There's a one more component, but you cannot see because it is running on Dynatrace cloud environment. Okay. You can't find even mission control on the Dynatrace anywhere. Okay. But when you use mission control in the managed, you can see there's one more component is getting installed that is called mission control. Okay. But in a Dynatrace SaaS, you can't see anything because you are not installing the Dynatrace server, right? So you cannot see where is mission control. But when you have that terms of managed, you can put in between the proxy. You can add some proxies so you can understand what kind of data it should be Dynatrace can see or you cannot see. Okay, you can add the proxy between that. That is the reason in manage you can see there is a component is called mission control. Okay, but in SaaS you cannot see. So if you have somebody has used Dynatrace Manage, there is a one portal. It is called CMC portal, Cluster Management Console portal. In the Cluster Management Console, you can see that mission control connected. Something. Have you seen anyone can confirm?
Probably I'll check tomorrow. And
You check. I will show you that way. Just a minute. You can see here this area.
Yes,
Yeah.
Deepak.
Everyone can see, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So when you go for a managed deployment, right, then only you can see that mission control in that deployment status. Okay. If somebody are using that managed one, then only you can see that mission control. You can see mission control connected to Dynatrace mission control licenses active.
But ideally, most of the customers are on the SaaS side, right, Deepak? Most of them.
Now 90% like 50-50 ratio, you can say that 50% the company, that retail company, any kind of company, they used to go for a SaaS. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
So when you mission control, people can go for a mute. I'm getting some kind of echo sound. Okay, so that way you can understand it. Okay, so hope this architecture is clear. Shuman, Kanti,
Yes, sir.
Shrikant,
Clear with the architecture. Yes.
any doubt? It's very simple. Okay, and sometimes if you can't understand the architecture, it will be difficult for you to digest that. Correct? How that
Okay.
one agent get? Yeah.
Deepak, so we'll do a quick recap about the architecture. You can give a 1 minute recap, like complete start to end flow. So that would be great.
Yeah, sure. Dynatrace server will be running in the SaaS. In terms of SaaS, I'm talking about. Dynatrace server will be running on Dynatrace cloud environment. Okay, either it could be AWS, Azure, yeah, GCP. It could be. Okay, you can check with Dynatrace when you are something you are moving, right? I want my all the component on Azure side, so you can give me a flexibility to have my Dynatrace in Azure a little bit easy for them to upgrade and all. So all the server, Dynatrace server will be running on Dynatrace cloud environment. We have a mission control. Mission control always run on Dynatrace environment. Either we have a SaaS or managed, and mission control, the task is license validation, upgrade, and health checks. Any of the component is upgrade becomes, so they're pushing the patches, okay, every 2 weeks or 3 weeks, right? So you will get a notification like one agent upgrade, and suppose now they have now latest version is 1.24. There is a bug, right? Definitely there will be bug, okay? Sometimes, okay. The bug we have, so when they will fix the bug, then they will be released next release, right? So there will be 1.24, yeah, 1.241, yeah, 1.25, something like that, right? Yeah, they want to enhance, they added a new feature, something, right? So that required from the agent version from 1.25. So you need to upgrade, okay? So every time they used to fix the bugs, they push some new release, all those things. So agent will be, you need to upgrade that. Okay? Now, so that always will be running on Dynatrace environment, that mission control. One agent always install on, yeah, go ahead.
So these upgrades will be seamless, or they are planned or standard? How it is?
According to the Dynatrace documentation, they used to say that every month, second week, they used to upgrade. They used to send a notification for upgrade. Okay, every month, second week. Okay.
So but let's say if they do so, let's say I'm in a holiday period. Okay. So is it up to the client, the customer of Dynatrace to accept that upgrade, or is it automatically?
No. So listen. When you are getting a notification, upgrades becomes available in your mobile or iOS, Android. You have the feature. You want to upgrade automatically. You want to upgrade manually. Yeah, you don't want to upgrade. No automatic upgrades. Whenever I wish, I will do that. Because when you do the upgrades, there is a pro and cons. Okay. Pro and cons means once you upgrade that agent from one lower version to higher version, you need to restart that application. So you have, I think you observe that once your application, when your mobile is getting upgraded to new OS, what is happening is your system, your OS is getting frequently restart more than 2-3 times. Correct? Suppose you are in sales. Sometime your sale got started and that time they push that upgrade or something, you got an upgrade and you kept as an automatic upgrade. What will happen is they have not, agent does not have capability, they will capability to reboot your application, restart your application. You need to do manually. Correct? Yeah, you have some script or something, and then script and you can push it from there. But you have to do it right from the somewhere. You have to trigger from the somewhere, right? Either you do manually or you do via script based. Okay. So what will happen is that time application will not get monitored, and some sale got started, and there is an issue in the payment page or login page or something, and because of JPM heap memory got full, application got crashed, a lot of things, blah blah blah, was happened, and there is no monitor available. People don't prefer to go for automatic updates. Okay. We always disable that automatic update. Whenever I wish, I'll upgrade it. Okay. Hope it is clear.
Deepak, Sikandar here. I just want to double check. Suppose if you're updating one agent, until we restart any process or application, I think it will monitor with the older version. Is it correct, or am I wrong?
No. Once you upgrade your agent will not start monitoring your application. It will show restart is required to have a deep monitoring. Application restart, that process. If you go to the host page, you can see that it will show as a green. Restart this process to have a monitoring. So what will happen is that time it will not monitor their JVMs.
So, but we will miss some of the data, right? Whatever.
So that's what. So when that is the reason we don't accept that automatic upgrades. Whenever so what we used to prepare as a Dynatrace admin, whenever that application go for a next release, next cycle, something, right? Next enhancement, feature enhancement, something, next something, they're adding some features. Yeah, there is go for some application go for a maintenance activity like from once in a month, like sometime, right? Sometime. So whenever that going for a application going for some maintenance activity, some any features release or something, we observe there is an upgrade available. Okay. So what is, we'll add one more point. Dynatrace agent upgrade is required. So that time one step is Dynatrace will put that upgrade that agent. It is just like select that host, submit, it will get upgraded and application will get restarted. So you don't face any kind of difficulty. This is the best practice we used to do that. People used to do that as a Dynatrace for upgrade part. Sometimes scenario like you wanted to have a new feature and your agent is lower version, then you must have to upgrade, then only you can implement those things, right? But other than that, we used to do this way. Hope it is clear.
Deepak, after upgrading the agent, will it not capture any infra details also, or?
Infra details will capture. Okay. Some of the application process may require to restart. I'm not committing like 100%, but like out of 10 process, okay, you may restart 5 process.
So Deepak, if I hear you right, so the ideal way of doing things when it comes to upgrade, you do manually on a planned basis, or you
Yeah.
do automatically, but don't do like a just upgrade and sit back and don't
No.
do anything.
What we used to do
So,
is always
yeah,
we used to disable that automatic upgrades. Okay. And whenever application is going for a next release, going for a maintenance activity, going for a next enhancement, something, right? Going to they have fixed the bugs and then they are going to restart. Okay. So something is going on, and you see that our agent is very lower, and lot of things, features is available in next version. Okay. So Dynatrace administrator, Dynatrace people, we used to search it, right? What are the next release? What are the things is coming up? So based on that scenario, we used to update. Okay. Sometimes I can understand there will be some requirements of configuration, and that require Dynatrace version greater than 1.23, 1.24, right? Then only you can fetch this kind of information. Then in that case, you must have to upgrade, but not all, right? Only few hosts, right? You are going to consider for one application.
Then there is a follow-up question on it. So let's say from October to January, I don't want to upgrade any agent. Considering your experience, so if not upgrading any agent or anything like that for 90 days, still okay, right? Because not a lot of still a lot of retail
we
chains,
don't
they don't
upgrade
want.
for 6 months also.
Right. Yeah. Clear. Yeah. Thanks.
Okay. So now it is clear, right? So now we are moving one deeper level. So now let's understand now what are the Dynatrace server component we have. Okay. So the Dynatrace server, right, having a 5 components. You can Google it. This is your Dynatrace server, either you're running on SaaS, YAML, that they have a 5 components. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. First is Dynatrace server itself. Note it down in the interview. Many of the people will ask the questions. Can you tell me that what are the component of Dynatrace server? Out of 100, I can see 5 members, 10 members, they are able to answer it. Okay. Second is embedded active gate. Embedded. Just bear with us, my handwriting little bit difficult. Third one is Elasticsearch. Fourth one is Cassandra Hypercube database. Fifth one is NGINX web server. Repeating one more time, Dynatrace server component, we have a DT server itself. Somebody called DT server, Dynatrace called DT. It's famous for DT. Embedded ActiveGate, Elasticsearch, Cassandra Hypercube database, and NGINX web server. Okay. If you wanted to note it down, you can note it. Okay. Okay. So anybody, shall I go for shall I erase it? Yeah, somebody is noting down.
Just a second.
I'm good.
You're good, right? Everyone can say at least.
Yes, I'm good.
Okay. If somebody is noting down, then I'll keep a pause for 2 minutes. Okay?
What was the last one?
Last one is NGINX web server.
So what's the fourth one?
Fourth one is Cassandra Hypercube database.
Hypercube. Okay, thank you.
Hypercube. It's a little bit difficult to write in note. Right. So, okay. Now I'm going for the next deeper level architecture in SaaS. Okay. Remember, Dynatrace, we have seen the architecture, so we have seen in the SaaS only one agent, right? Other than that, running on Dynatrace cloud, correct? Either Dynatrace server you talk about, mission control always run on Dynatrace, but Dynatrace server also run on Dynatrace. So we have what we have. We have one agent and Dynatrace portal. Okay. Now I'm going one more level, deep level architecture. There we have called additional component is called environment activity. Did you hear anyone that component? Additional component we call environment activity. Anyone can explain me what is environment activity? Those who are worked on Dynatrace or working on Dynatrace. Little bit.
ActiveGate we use as a medium to transfer data, and for load balancing and for synthetic monitoring, we need ActiveGate. And
Okay.
and for mobile application, like mobile application monitoring, we need this ActiveGate.
Okay.
And mainly for load balancing, like
Other than that,
load balancing, monitoring, data flows, and
okay. There are a lot of use of ActiveGate. Everything will happen through ActiveGate. And in interview, people ask the question, what is the difference between one agent and ActiveGate? Have you ever attended Dynatrace interview? Anyone?
No, I'm not.
Not. Anyone? And they might have asked you the question, what is the difference between one agent and ActiveGate? What are the use of ActiveGate? Okay. These are the basic questions they'll ask you. Dynatrace, can you explain me a little bit architecture on Dynatrace? Okay. These are the basic they're starting with.
One more point I had to add, like might be in my environment, we may have hundreds and thousands of servers, and it cannot directly connect to the cluster. So we use ActiveGate server instead of giving access to all the servers to internet. We connect to the ActiveGate so we can connect with the cluster. For example,
that you are consolidating one agent traffic and sending to Dynatrace. That I understand. Okay. So there are a lot of uses of ActiveGate. Okay, and when you attend Dynatrace interview, many of the people they'll ask you what is the difference between environment ActiveGate, cluster ActiveGate, what is the difference between one agent, and what is the difference between one agent and environment ActiveGate. Okay, there are a lot of questions they'll ask you in the interview. Okay, and you should be clear crystal in that difference. Okay, what is the one agent and what is the ActiveGate, what is cluster ActiveGate, all those things. Why? Because if you don't clear with this terminology and this concept, okay, I'm damn sure they'll understand you have not worked on that. Okay, so make sure that whenever you are going for an interview, you should be little bit clear on Dynatrace, environment ActiveGate, one agent, and cluster ActiveGate. So cluster ActiveGate will be discussed a little bit later, but in discussing the environment ActiveGate. So environment ActiveGate is an additional component. Okay? So in the earlier architecture, we have seen that without environment ActiveGate also, we can run the Dynatrace. Correct? We can set up the Dynatrace. At the basic setup, we can do that. Correct? So as per my understanding, Dynatrace has an additional component that is called environment ActiveGate. Once you environment ActiveGate you have been added in the Dynatrace architecture, what will happen is a lot of things have been added. Now you did basic setup, now you are pushing your to advanced level. Correct? So environment ActiveGate, it is used for multiple purposes. Okay, so first thing that someone told, right, consolidate one agent traffic. One agent traffic, all those things it is there in Dynatrace PPT. I'll send it to you, so no need to write. Okay, one agent traffic to Dynatrace. So what is doing is there are thousands of agents, right? Thousands of agents, 10,000, 5,000, 1,000 agents, right? So what is doing is, and here we have ActiveGate. So they are collecting the one agent traffic and then sending to Dynatrace. One part. Clear?
Yes.
Say yes, no.
Yes, clear.
Okay. Second point. When you wanted to have synthetic monitoring from private location. Now, most of the people are not familiar about synthetic monitoring, but note it down for time being. We'll discuss what is synthetic monitoring, why it is required, all those things a little bit later. But just to note it down, synthetic monitoring from private location. So sometimes just as a basic, I'm giving the glimpse, like whenever your application endpoint, any of the endpoint, it is not a publicly available, right? Any of the APIs, yeah, some of the URL is not available for everyone, right? So, and you wanted to implement, you wanted to monitor that URL endpoint, then you must have to go with private location, because I cannot access, right? So no, publicly is not available. Everyone cannot access within that network, yeah, within that firewall. People can access. Then you should go with the synthetic monitoring from private location. Okay. Third point. Who have you taken that memory term? Anyone? So when you wanted to have a memory term, right? Then you should have an environment active gate. Okay. Fourth one. Nobody told about cloud monitoring. All are using on-premise VMs, yeah, data center VM, yeah, anyone is using AWS, Azure, and cloud monitoring. Cloud monitoring means whenever you wanted to have monitor their cloud, suppose in AWS you are using all the service, like you are using Lambda service, you are using S3 bucket, you are using EC2 servers, you are using RDS, you are using Aurora DB, right? All those things you are using it, right? You are using Kubernetes, EKS clusters, all those things. When you are using it and you wanted to have this cloud monitoring, then you should have an environment. Hope it is clear.
Yes.
Step one. When you wanted to have a DB insight, now I did not talk about DB yet. Nobody asked questions. Can we monitor that? Can we install that Dynatrace agent on DB? Nobody asked. Why?
I believe it's a any DB also, like it's like another virtual machine other than you're having a DB copy in it.
Yeah. So no. So what is happening is any of the Windows server. Any of the Windows server, you are installed database, right? MS SQL, MySQL, Oracle, correct? Dynatrace is not going to inject database agent on your inside your database. Okay. So when you goes to that application, right? When you have application and it goes to database, what is happening once you instrument that one agent here, and it is going to database and fetching the response, automatically database get visible. Okay, so no need to install that agent on their server. But still, you wanted to install that database agent on that server, you can get their CPU, memory, disk, whatever the database process we have, right? Database one agent, something, right? SQL. So that is you can monitor that. Okay, so we can install as an agent. There's a two types of mode. We'll discuss a little bit later. One agent as a infra mode and full stack mode. So we install as an agent as an infra mode. So whatever that Windows server we have, we can get their infra metrics. Okay. Database anyway, it is getting visible. So all the database statement, database response time, connectivity, all the database query, we can see that. And third one is when you have a DB insight with the help of ActiveGate, then what will happen is when you wanted to have that DB connection, right? Oracle blocking session, yeah, something. Okay. When you wanted to have that, right? Who is that? Kulwant Kumar? Can you tell me who is Kulwant Kumar?
So it's my Actually, I'm going to connect your laptop.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when you have DB inside, then you wanted to, you can have, once you monitor the database inside, you have implemented, then what will happen is you will inject, you are fetching not directly, but via proxy, you are fetching that inside the DB information like a PGA memory, blocking sessions, some sessions information, all those buffer cache, all those things, you are fetching that, okay, based on that database, okay. Either you develop a plugin, okay, you develop a plugin and then you can do that, okay. So while developing a plugin, all those things, most of the things, that syntax, you will get it on the Dynatrace, okay, community, and based on that you can develop it and then you can implement in your Dynatrace. So when you are implementing that plugins, all those things, right, it should be uploaded in environment actively, okay. So DB inside also required environment activate. Now it is little bit clear why it is required environment activate.
Deepak, question. So for cloud monitoring, we must require the activate. So which feature we need to enable for monitoring cloud?
So we'll discuss. Yeah. So what is happening is when you are cloud monitoring, what we do? So we have, when you are installing Dynatrace environment activate, we have a 3 steps, right? First, second, and 3. We have a 3 features. You can see that 4. We have not discussed mainframe. So when you have mainframe also, we required environment activate. Okay. So now what is happening is when you so while installing environment activate, we'll discuss. I'll show you that everything will set up live. So when you install that environment activate, with the first step, it will take care of one agent traffic, log monitoring, memory dump, all those things. Second one, it will take care of private location, synthetic monitoring, and third one, it will take on mainframe part. Okay. So what is happening when you install that environment activate? Okay, either on your on-premise DME or something, right? Now, once you install it, then networking part you should be clear. Why? Because if you are installing that network, then how that traffic route should be, that it should be whitelisted, all those things. You need to check with the cloud team, all those things, network team, and how it is traffic goes in or incoming traffic or going traffic. But once you install it, then what will happen is you are cloud monitoring. What is happening? You either you integrate Dynatrace with AWS, Azure, Pivotal Cloud Foundry, all those things. So you are creating a policy over there, right? So once you create a policy, you need to define that whichever my tenant, AWS is under which region. You cannot mention that all the region, because what is CloudWatch monitoring it will do? They will fetch your information from all the region. Okay. And so if you are there fetching the information, either it is there or not, that policy is fetching the information from all the region, what will happen? They will charge, right? For everything, they will charge, right? So make sure that when you are creating a policy, make sure that you are defining the certain region. You are defining that certain components, whichever components you wanted to monitor in Dynatrace. Either you wanted to allow S3 bucket, you wanted to allow EC2 server, you wanted to allow EKS clusters, you wanted to allow some other service, the Lambda service. Don't allow everything. Okay. Don't take that, simply take the JSON and implement it, upload it, and policy is created, the user is created, we are integrating. We will get some client ID and certificate, all those things you are getting, then you are implementing. No, don't do that. The best practice is, like while you are defining a policy, make sure that what are the things should pass to Dynatrace. That only is defined. Otherwise, what will happen is instead of $500, you are paying $1,000. Okay, is it clear?
Yes.
Yeah. Again, regarding the memory dump, what is this memory dump?
When you have that memory leak issue, right? Now, some of the JVM process, it should consume 8 GB as per that scenario. But because of some region or something, it has started consuming 18 GB. So when what will happen is your memory consumption will go high. So average is used to take 30 to 40, but sometimes we can understand there is too much load, all those things on the application side will go high. But most of the time when you don't have application load on that server and your memory consumption is one component is taking like 10 GB, like most of the percentage that consume that process, then definitely they will leak somewhere, right? Then you want to take you wanted to take a memory dump for particular process, and then you are analyzing it. There are a lot of memory analyzer tools. You can analyze it. You can understand that what is the region. Either I need to upgrade my hardware. Yeah, there is a definitely issue that I need to fix it. The developer has to fix it. Some of the method, right? They will see developer is very crazy. Okay. And sometimes they will do some kind of blame game. Instead of, okay, they will do some kind of coding that it should take more than that. Okay, they'll put in pressure. So you should be there with little bit with developer. Okay, so that way you need to take a memorial. You need to understand that for this process, what are the component is taking and for why it is taking, all those things. Once you analyze it, then developer has to fix it. Okay.
Can we discuss this in practical? How to take dump?
Yeah, dump and all will take it little. We'll show that how to take a dump, all those things. Okay, we'll discuss. Okay. Now we are in just starting them. Okay, architecture itself. Okay.
Yeah, and one more question. In the basic architecture, you told that one agent will connect to the cluster using port 443, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah.
How to establish the connection? Do I need to mention any particular IP from the cluster, or how it works?
Yeah. So what is happening is one agent will be your source, correct? Dynatrace has a destination, right? Correct. So you are sending data to here to here. So Dynatrace provides you a certain IP to whitelist it. Okay. When you're installing the Dynatrace one agent, when you take a SAS file, I'll show you everything.
It will show you all the IPs, correct?
It will show you the IP. So either you whitelist, you give all the IP to plot team, yeah, okay, to whitelist the 443. So whitelisting the 443, what are the things you are sending? You are sending the source information, destination information. In destination, what are the things? Star.live.dynatrace.com, and this URL you are giving, right? And port we are giving 443, and destination we are giving that. So destination will have this one, and with this IP, all those things. So instead of IP, you can give that FQ identity details, like fully qualified domain name. So sometimes IP may get changed, but domain name never will get changed. Okay. So we used to provide FQDN details. FQDN details. Hope people are aware of FQDN.
Is it a tenant name or?
No, FQDN detail is a fully qualified domain name for IP.
Where I'm getting this FQDN details?
Okay, if you go to that, once you go to the Dynatrace portal, you find any IP, right? You just do what is the command, NSLOOKUP or something. So if you do something, then you can find that FQDN details. Just you Google it.
Okay.
What is the command to get FQDN details, and you check with your CMD. Okay. Meanwhile, you find it. Okay.
Thank you.
Don't remember it. I think NSLOOKUP, yeah, something.
Yes.
Okay?
NSLOOKUP. Got it.
Okay, that will give you that FQDN details. Okay. Hope it is clear.
Yes, clear.
Shall I go with deeper level architecture?
Yes, sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Now, so we have Dynatrace server running on Dynatrace cloud environment. We have one agent. No, I'm not putting that cloud symbol or something. So this is one agent already installed on where? Machine. Don't take out what kind of application. Whatever application does support, you should check it. Like Dynatrace does support some IBM application, something, right? Some SAP application, how we can implement that, right? So just to go over that Dynatrace support, technology support page and check that whether this application technology, whether Dynatrace does support or not. If yes, then check that what kind of OS it is and install that agent. Okay, don't bother much. Okay. Now, so once you install that agent on the VM, there is called additional component is called environment activate. I'll put it here. Okay. So what will happen is now agent will not send the data directly to that Dynatrace server. This is your DT server. In spite of that, what will happen is it will start sending data to environment active gate with 9999. Okay. Sending data to active gate, we used to call AG, and active gate will send the data to Dynatrace cluster. And here we have mission control. So active gate to DT server port again is 443. And here we have 443. We have mission control. Mission control, all the functionality you guys are knowing. We have web UI that we have, that is called DT port Dynatrace UR portal. And then we have REST API. So you can fetch the data. Okay, any doubt?
No, very good.
So now you have seen there is
I have a question here. So I understood there is a REST API, right? So are you talking about this from the perspective of integration from Dynatrace?
No. This, what is your name?
Ranjit?
What is your name?
Ranjit.
Okay, so no, I'm not talking about that 443 that talking about integration. What is happening is Dynatrace provides certain API, okay, to fetch the information. Okay, like you wanted, fetch the information, you wanted to configure something via API. Right. So what is happening? You wanted to have a list of problems for last 1 month. You cannot go to that filter the data for last 30 days and you copy one problem to your relationship, right? You don't want to do that, right? So what you learn through API, Dynatrace develop some API, you want to fetch it. Okay. So you give that API token, all those things, you authorize it through Postman, something you can fetch that information. Okay. Dynatrace also has given that UI. So you can give that all the entities over there and you can send information. Yeah, you can do it through Postman also. If somebody have not heard about the Postman or something.
I understood, Deepak.
Okay, so you can do it through Postman also. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So it is clear now?
Yeah, clear.
Yeah. The port numbers can be changed or it can be the same thing.
No. Port number is a default, so you cannot customize it. Okay.
Like for example, any other monitoring tool having the same on any of the application, any port conflict will be there. Like, is my question is understand. So
if it is, then if something is there, then you need to check with that team. Okay, but you cannot customize the portfolio.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Now, if I go with my architecture diagram, now everyone can really understand it, right? Say yes, no.
Yes. Yeah.
Because this way a little bit complicated, but that is the reason I draw 2, 3 diagrams and I thought it will be clear. And then you see the architecture a little bit understandable. So you can see that host one agent installed via 443 directly connecting with the SaaS cluster. That is also possible. Other than that, if we host one agent installed, it is connecting to environment activate. Environment activate is sending to Dynatrace SaaS cluster. That also possible. And Dynatrace SaaS cluster is also connected with web UI. And we have a REST API. So this is your environment activate. Now you can see when environment activate needed. So consolidation and compression of one agent traffic, cloud platform integration. Other you can take a VMware, Kubernetes, Pivotal Cloud Foundry, AWS, Azure, etc. Plugin, Debian side, synthetic location, memory. That only we discussed, right? Anything we missed out?
No, Deepak, we are good.
You're good, right? Okay, I'll take a 10 minutes break. Okay, and then we can start 11:35. That would be fine. Just 10 minutes break.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So now we understood the SaaS architecture, right? So no need to explain now. Now we'll go with the requirement. So if you see the requirement, for Dynatrace ActiveGate, only we have in our side, right? So ActiveGate required minimum 64 virtual machine. Okay. 2 virtual CPU RAM, 4 GB virtual RAM, 2 GB of disk space. The required. And these are the platform those is support. Okay. So that is, you can find it on the Dynatrace documentation page also. When you do that installation. Why? Because I have not recommended you to go with this orientation. Why? Because sometimes they may change, right? So they keep on updating their features, keep on updating their all those scope. So in that case, sometimes they will increase to 4 virtual CPU, so 8 virtual CPU, or 2 virtual CPU to 4 GB, 2 GB to 4 GB. Sometimes, right? So I'll not recommend to go with that. But as of now, this is that server requirement. Okay. Already we discussed what are the things we need to whitelist, star.live.dynatrace.com. So before a star, right, there will be some ID that is called your tenant ID. Okay. So that we can have that, all those things we can see that. Okay. Now I'm talking about managed now. Okay. So if you see managed, now you can see everything running on your side, only Dynatrace, that mission control is running on their side. You have seen, right? So you can see one agent will be always installed on machine. We have environment activate. That already we understood what are the requirement environment activate. There is one more component is called cluster activate. So cluster activate when it is required, when you wanted to have agentless run, right? When you now most of the applications are agentless. You cannot install the agent on that server. Correct? All the
Yes.
Lambda service, all those things, right? Applications. You cannot see that server exist. So that kind of application you have and you wanted to implement that and you wanted to have the real user information monitoring, then you can go with, you must have to have cluster activate. When you wanted to have mobile application run monitoring, all those things, then you should have a cluster activate. These are the scenario we have for cluster activate. And it is also connected to some of the information will go via cluster activate, because one agent is you have to instrument something, and then some of the information will go via environment activate. And then we have mission control always run on Dynatrace cloud environment that will take care of license validation, all those things, license upgrade, all those things, right? When you install Dynatrace cluster, right, what will happen is you will get two portals. When you have managed, you will get two portals. One is called CMC portal, cluster management console, and one is called Dynatrace portal. Okay, so we are going to install Dynatrace. We are going to implement everything on Dynatrace SaaS portal, so we cannot see CMC as well. We cannot see CMC portal. Why? Because Dynatrace does not provide managed license as a trial. Okay, so they will not provide to us like for the managed license, we cannot see that CMC, but everything in the SaaS, we have one account, Dynatrace SaaS portal, we can do everything, okay? And then we have APIs that we can fetch the data through APIs. You can insert the data, you can fetch it, okay? So I will show you that little bit CMC part so you can understand. So when you get that installation script, right, from Dynatrace, to install that your managed cluster. So these are the script we ran. And once you run, it will ask you, Dynatrace server is installed successfully because they are managed. Now you give your details, all those things. Then you give your detail that we have given. Then your server. This portal you can, if you see, that is called CMC portal. So when you have a managed, all the user access, licensing, that SSO integration, yeah, LDAP, yeah, integrations, all those things, it will be done. Audit logs, everything from that you can see in the CMC portal. Okay, when you have managed. Even cluster activate also you need to install from here. So you can see this is your Dynatrace web URL. So all those things, right? SMTP server, email notification, API, backup, all those things, log analytics, everything it will be seen in that CMC portal. Okay, and this is our Dynatrace portal. So my Dynatrace portal got changed, everything. Now UI is a little bit different, but this is the way you can do that. Okay. So now what I'm trying to do is I am trying to take a Dynatrace SaaS trial now and we'll set up everything. Okay. So you can get a little bit more exposure. Okay. So what I will do is I will generate employee email. Okay. Just a minute. We cannot give this auto refresh in open. Somebody can generate a temporary email and take a first try. Is possible?
Okay, Deepak, just a second.
Okay, let me. Okay, I'll copy this. Dynatrace. Shas login. Give this. Where you can see that vehicle. I can see here, I can see here, I can see here, I can see here. Okay. Okay. Password today. Okay. Name XYX. So here we have a data center, right? So when you take a SAS file, right, you can see the data center, right? So I'm taking US. So my account is getting created, okay, in the SAS file. Okay. We got this email. Okay. Access shared environment. So now we got it, right? So this is our environment. I'm pinging that email ID what we used. Why? Because we can't remember. Okay. So this is our environment. This is my tenant now. Okay. So now we have this tenant, right? So this ID, this black area, you can see that is called tenant ID. So white listing, right? You can see that we have given this as a star. We are writing as a star.live.dynatrace.com. So a star, it could be anything. Okay. So when you are whitelisting, right, anything, and you need to understand, you need to whitelist that URL, make sure that instead of tenant ID, you give this a star. Okay. Now, this black area, the complete black area, that area we used to call cockpit. Cockpit. Okay. Okay, so this we have a cockpit. You can, whatever things you wanted to put in favorite, you can put it, right? So whichever you use to do frequently, you can put it in frequent, all those things, okay? Now, so this we have. Now let's set up my AWS, okay? And we'll, first what we'll do is we'll install that applications on some of the machine, and we'll install that application on AWS, and then we'll install the agent. So everything will be, you can see that. Okay? So let me log into that AWS console.
Typo mistake. Okay.
Oh,
At the rate you given 2 times. Okay.
yeah. So somebody can have account, right? If you don't have account, try to GCP provides some credit, right? AWS provides some credit, yeah, Azure provides some credit that you can use it and you can. Okay. So I prefer AWS little bit. I'm using from long back. So what I will do is first I will set up. So there is application that Dynatrace provide that easy travel application, right? So download easy travel application. Okay. So you can find where is the link easy travel install for Linux. One agent. Here is the, so I'm taking for 64-bit Linux. Somebody can take Windows also if you're interested. I'm taking that Linux. Meanwhile, what I will do is I'll spin up a VM. So VM, I can go with this. Okay, I'm taking Amazon Linux. And this we have some little bit what we call has a higher configuration required to implement that this application. Why? Because this has all the front end, back end, database, all those things. So at least we need 8 virtual CPU. Okay, so I'm taking T3.x large. 4.8 is not there, right? So we can take T2.x. 4 virtual CPU, 16 GB RAM. That is fine. Configuration details, only one. Add storage. 100 GB is sufficient. So you should not have any issue. Security group, I'm allowing. I'm not blocking anything as of now. Review, launch. So take a new key pair, which is called key pair name training. I can download it. Once it is downloaded, I can launch that. Are you following, right? So we can see this is a
Yes.
easy travel. In that way, you can understand like some kind of POC, right? Sometimes if you have to do that POC or something, right? You can understand in what other things you require. Okay. So I have downloaded the jar for Linux. I need to upload it. So did you heard about anyone about Movastrum? It's a good tool for while you wanted to upload something. Yeah, you wanted to download something, right? From the Linux server. For that, it is very easy. For SSH, I can give that host name. Somebody is saying something? And copy this. For this one, we have username is called ec2-user. That's the default. So we can give this private key. That PEM key we have downloaded, right? Training.pem. You can give this. And okay. So now I have logged into that server. So sudo can become a so this command sudo space su, right? This will give you the access to become a root user. Okay, so now earlier we are not a root user, we are a sudo user. So now I need to do that, update that all this. So to update it, yum update. If you give a space y, then it will not ask you yum update space wise, and it will not prompt you for a permission. Okay. So pwd command, it will show you that we are in which directory. So we are in home/ec2 user. Okay. So I'm creating a directory is called mkdir eg travel. Okay. So if you do that, now if you do ls, you can see eg travel we have created. Now we need to go to that folder. So cd eg travel. Now if you do ls, nothing is there inside that. ll you can also type. And if you do pwd, you can see that you are in eg travel. Okay? So now what I need to do, I need to upload this file. So what I can do is I can go to this where and I can upload this. To install this Java application, right? Java should be installed. Okay. What is the command to install Java? Anyone? Okay. So to install a Java, install Java 11. We need to install either Java 11 or Java 8. Okay. So tightly coupled with that application. Okay? So we need a Java application on EC2 Imagine Linux. Okay. So you can see this. So this is the command. Okay. So refresh it. It is coming. Meanwhile, we can test this. Yes. Now Java version. You can see Java is installed. Right. So we'll wait for a few seconds to let this file get uploaded. Hope it is clear, right, for everyone?
Yes, Deepak.
Yeah. Yes.
So file got uploaded now. So you can see that, but file is got uploaded in which directory? EC2-user. So I should go to that EC2-user. Then what I need to do is either you can do cd double dot, yeah, you can give the complete path itself, right? So cd / home / EC2-user. Those are a little bit new on the Linux side. I'll suggest you to watch any of the Udemy course, your YouTube course for Linux administration. Little bit. I'm not asking about you to understand each and everything on the Linux side, but at least basic idea how to move the files, how to install that, any of that command, how to create a directory, how to copy, how to delete, do some changes on their configurations. That little bit you understand it, so you will get a more exposure. Okay, otherwise it will be difficult. Okay, so cd / now I'm in this. So now if I do ls, you can see that we have this, right? So I wanted to move this file. Okay, so this to this folder. So what I need to do? Tell me, what is the command? Guys, say anyone.
Permissions, change the permissions.
No, I want to move this file, this jar file to EG-travel directory. Tell me the command.
cd space, sorry, move mv space
MV
easy
file
travel,
name.
like yeah, file
Copy
name
that one and space easy travel.
easy travel / /
EG-travel. If you give EG-travel also it will work.
Yeah.
Okay. So now I wanted to go cd EG-travel. And you can see we have this file. Okay, now we don't have permission. So to give the permission, we have command is called chmod. Right now, I'm not bothering about what kind of permission should have this application. Either you can give 777, 775, right? That lot of things we have. So just I'm giving full permission. The full permission is chmod 777. Okay. So I'm given. So now if I do ls, you can see now a red become a green. Okay, so means that you have a full permission. Okay. So now I want to unzip this file. What is the command? Java
-xv.
So Java -jar. This file name, that is correct, sufficient. Do you require anything? Okay, let's go to that EG-travel documentation and what you need to do is Java -jar. That is sufficient. Correct. I run this. So I will keep yes. So this application is tightly coupled with Java version. Only Java 8 or Java 11 will support. Okay, don't install Java 12 or something, and then you can tell me that, sir, I'm getting error, I'm getting some issue. Okay, so make sure that you are installing Java 8 or Java 11. Okay, so now if you do ls, you can see EG-travel 2.0, it got unzipped, right? So Windows, what you are doing, you have a zip file, right? You are unzipping it, right? And then you can see it, right? The same way. Now I should go to this file, the directory. Now I will do ls. Make sure that remember that what are the things I am doing it. Why? Because there are a lot of things inside that, so you should not touch a lot of things. So I should go with web launcher. So cd web launcher, then ls. Then we have web launcher.sh. So I need to run this. So to run this sh script, what I need to do is /web launcher.sh. And if you give that ampersand symbol, does it mean that what will happen is that 7 end, right? So that symbol, if you give, it means that you are running in the background. If you remove this terminal also, the application still it will be up, right? So that I'm doing it. So now you can see that. So it is up now. what I will do is I can go with localhost 8094. So I cannot go with localhost. What I will do is I can copy this my IP and :809. If I'll hit this, I can see my easy travel application. Any dot till here?
No,
They say
I'm
yes,
good.
no, you're good, right? So this is your easy travel application. You should click on production. If you install this easy travel application on your lower system, in your Windows system, and you have a less configurations like 4 GB RAM or something, don't try to install your system get crash. Okay, because it's very heavyweight application. So if you have a 16 GB RAM, then only you go and install. If you have 8 GB or 4 GB, don't try in your Windows system. If you are installing that Windows easy travel application, right? We have the Windows as well, right? So I'm pasting the links in the chat. People can copy, and if you wanted to try, you can try. So where you have the chat button. Okay. So now my application is up. Now you see all are getting up now. So first time it may take time, so you need to do manually also. You can see now my application URL is localhost 8080. So what I will do is, instead of localhost, I cannot take localhost. I can take IP address, and you can give 8080. I'm not defining the DNS name, all those things. So you can see this is easytravel.com or something, because you need to define that in the AWS side in that, but I'm not doing that. Okay. So that is part of application deployment cloud team. Okay. So this is my application. Right? So now what I need to do is, now you tell me, this is my application server, right? Say yes, no.
Yes.
This is my application server. This is my application server. Now I to monitor this application, what I need to do? I need to install
one agent.
One agent. So one agent, how can I install? I can go to this portal and deploy Dynatrace. Start installation. You have knowing that. Okay. Okay. Now I should go to deploy Dynatrace. Start installation. Select. So which OS I should select? Linux, correct?
Yes.
And to install the agent, first you need to create a pass token. Okay. So pass token either you create from here, just to click on create, it will get created. Okay. So either you create here. Okay. Yeah. You click on access token.
Deepak, just a question here. So there will be only the option for pass token, right? There is nothing else.
No, we have API token.
What is that?
API token.
API.
So this is your pass token. If you go to the access token, I have not copied. So you can see this is the just now we had downloaded generated token. We have token type pass token, AppMon token, GCP. So now we have created a pass token. So you can give the pass. If you don't give none, then it will create an API token. If you give AppMon, if you give GCP service monitoring, then you should give the GCP service monitoring. Other than that, API token. If you don't give, if you give a none, it will create as an API token. So now if I'll give a pass token, I will give pass, give the token name, one agent. And one is pass token, it will not ask you, you can keep that expiry date. So I can giving this token should be expired by tomorrow. And pass token, and this is the generated token. So I copied this token. This token will be visible one time. Okay. So you make sure that you are copying the token and putting in your somewhere in that key path or somewhere wherever you want. Okay. So once you copied this token, you go to that deploy Dynatrace. Start installation, Linux, you should get this. So it is visible now. Copy this command. Go to server. Open as a duplicate tab. This tab I don't need because it's running as a background. Sudo SEO to become a root user and now paste it. So wget command, what it will do? You should tell me.
I should download that.
So wget command, it will do wget -o Dynatrace one agent from it will this such a script. This is your script name, Dynatrace one agent Linux one this script. It will download from this API. So this API is authorized through token. So if you wanted to see something like this is the API, this is API, and if you give authorized API token, so if you try with Postman, did anyone heard about Postman?
Yeah. So we can use you can check that API and find out the status and values.
Sure. You can give this, if you request URL authorization, you can give that API key and you can give this. You can see. And then you can this request URL. So the same way. So we need to download in server. So I am giving here. Okay. And run it. So what will happen is they are fetching the data, they are checking that connectivity, all those things. So now a script get downloaded in the root directory. If you do ls, you can see we have this script, right? Hey, yes, no.
Yes, Deepak.
Yes, it's got downloaded.
Okay.
Message.
It now, so once a script got downloaded, this SSH script got downloaded, then what I need to verify their signature. Okay. Whether it is correct one, yeah, it is some DDoS attack is happening on the application, right? So, so I need to validate. So verification also said no, you are right. So for to verification, you need some certificate, right? So it is validating. Now, once it is validating, I need to run it. To run that SSH script, what I need to do is, this is the command. So this is the command to run it. So by default, Dynatrace will install as a full stack. You can see infra is equal to false. So there is two types of monitoring. If you disable this, then it will go as an infrastructure. If you enable this, you install as a full stack. Full stack, it will capture your application services, infrastructure, process, and network. Okay, everything will get captured. Okay, but if you install as only infra, then it will capture as a CPU memory disk. That I will show you that. Okay, in one server we install as an infra mode, and then we'll compare it. Okay, so you'll get a more exposure on this. Okay.
Yeah, using
So,
these options, it is going to affect the cost also, right? For the license.
yeah, yeah. So we can access it. Then we'll discuss about later with host group, host name, tagging, all those things. Okay, later. So right now, just our task is installing the agent. So we install it. So we run it, and it is going to install now. So your life became now a little bit easier. You are not going to inject something, some IP port number in that controller or some JVM configuration file, right? Other two we used to do that, correct? So just what you are doing is on the top of the OS you are installing. Now you don't know where we have EG driver folder, which folder we have application, where is JVM, right? We don't know. Otherwise, we need to know and we need to implement those. Correct. So now agent got installed. Okay. So if you do system CTL status one agent, so check that agent info. So you can see it is running. So command is to check the status is system status one agent. If you want to see start, stop, you can change that. Instead of a status, you can give a start, you can give a stop, all those things you can do. Okay. So now if I'll go to my Dynatrace portal, I can see the deployment status. Agent got installed. So it is not showing still yet. So agent got installed. So all are CC. So see, all are green means what is telling? Process is not monitored. You need to restart the process. You see? So if I'll go to my host page under the infrastructure and host page, somebody talk right once agent got uploaded, whether we can see that we need to restart the application here. Yeah. Now you see all the application I need to restart. Correct. What is telling? Process must be restarted. Say yes or no.
Agree. Yeah.
So what I need to do is I will go here. I'll stop it. Again, I'll go production standard. Give some time to this guy because this guy is very clever. Now they started. So once your application got started, what will happen? Now it means they started monitoring. Now you see. It started monitoring. Application is not yet up completely. It is completely up now. Localhost 8080. Now you can see. Application is up. They started monitoring. So now if I'll go to my service page, application service page, you can see application service are coming up now. It will take time little bit. All the services slowly is coming up. Okay. So one agent installation that you understood, right? So what you need to do is okay. So now if you see that, if you go to the host, what are things you can see? You are seeing that here host, right? So I don't want to change, I want to change this host name. So either you do on the AWS, and if you have the integration that you can do, yeah, you can do it from the here also. Host name you can keep easy travel app. Travel app 0. Keep here, so it got saved. Now see all the services getting monitored. So if you give that, so one CPU, memory, disk, an IC card, network, see all those things getting monitored. And here we are it's getting monitored. There are all the process. If you want to see all the process, click here. It will see. See Tomcat, how much taking? Memory 440 MB. This one Java jar 420. So all those things which is taking. If you see this, so all those things, each process system performance. Okay, we are getting here. So that we'll discuss a little bit later on. So now you are getting here information, right? So same way you can do for Windows, Linux, Solaris, AIX, mainframe. Okay. So now I'm one more agent I'm installing on this application. Okay, as an infra mode. So what you can see is, let's go to, so what I need to do is for one more VM is required.
Yes.
Imagine Linux. Keto.micro is sufficient now because I'm not deploying any application and a storage. 7 GB is required to install the agents and 20 GB for sufficient storage. I'm not blocking anything. Launch. So what is that? Keep we have training. This is just I'm giving one agent. Okay. Now copy this session, SSH, Control P, username. If I'm little bit fast, then let me know. Okay? What I need to do is I need to copy this, right? So I need to go to here. Where I need to go? Deploy Dynatrace. Start installation. Linux. Patch tokens. So patch token I have not copied. I have not saved it, right? So I cannot see that patch token. So again, I need to create. That is fine. You understood from where also here also you can create and paste it. First return. Second is also done. Third. So third, what I need to do? I need to have only infra mode. So what I will do? Either set infra only false instead of false, I can keep true. Right? Yeah, we can disable this. If you disable this, what will happen now? See here.
Infra
So
allow
I am
is true.
so infra monitoring I'm doing. So it will monitor their only infra part. Okay. So now if you see here, people are not sleeping, right?
No, Deepak.
No, Deepak.
No.
Anywhere you have a doubt, just to ask me. Okay, I'm here to help you. If that training got extended also for 1 hour, 2 hours, yeah, it required some other more hours, we can cover it all. Okay, don't bother about it, but make sure that you are learning.
Deepak, can we
Okay.
control this one agent from a normal user?
No, it required root user. If that user, you are giving that root permission, right? If you are creating a user, you're talking about, right? And you are that user has
Once
a
we
root permission.
once we install the one agent, can we stop the service the normal user, or we need any permissions?
No, you should have a root access. Only root user can do that.
And whatever we downloaded through Dynatrace console, the agent like wget agent, and it is copying the shells.sh. Can we reuse that file to other server to install one agent?
Yeah. So suppose you have a Linux server, right? Now you wanted to install the 100 server, right? So every time you cannot go copy from there only.
Right.
You can keep it somewhere. So now in the best practice, people what they used to do is they used to upload in somewhere in that API, from the API, so you can go and download from there, right? SFTP server, file transfer protocol. Some of the server we have, they used to keep all that installation script there. You go and install it. Correct?
Yes, but
Most of
the
the
commands,
organization, they
all
use
three will be the same, or it's a different, like the
same
same,
command.
yeah,
Same
same
command.
commands, and the .sh file we have to copy somewhere, and the command 3 also we have to save and run the
So
same in
what?
across all
Yeah,
servers.
yeah. So what they used to do is they used to either you should have that command, okay? Yeah, that SSH script they used to upload it somewhere, and you should have, and they used to give that their document confluence page, right? They used to paste all the documentation, like what is the process. You should have a root of the login as a root user, then you should go to this directory, because sometimes they used to follow the standard process, right? Now we directly install under the root, but one agent should be installed in this directory. Yeah, sometimes that logging, right? Log message, yeah, OPT directory, which is taking default now. You want to customize it, yeah, something, right? So based on the company organization, they used to put it, right? That agent's file should be in this folder only, to make it a little bit easier to others, right? So you can follow based on the company best practice. Okay, whatever they are following, you need to follow. Okay.
Yeah, got it.
So now you can see agent got
what
installed.
happens if we install the same file on the different tenant? Will it work?
See, no. If same file, if you wanted to have a different tenant, you can see here, when installing the agent, we are targeting this tenant, right? And this tenant has an API ID. So this API token is authorized only for this tenant, right? This NCD 30762, right? You cannot, if you install that this file from different in the different Dynatrace tenant, different server, it will not redirect to your tenant, it will redirect to my tenant, because this has an API authorization. So this command also tenant specific. Are you getting my point?
Yes.
It is a tenant aspect system. Make sure that when you have that tenant, like some of the organization, you have three tenants, right? Like a tenant in non-prod, development, and UAD production. So make sure that for development should have different structure to install the agent. Non-production are different, and the production are different. You cannot mix match. Otherwise, it will go production will go to non-prod will go to UAD somewhere. Okay. So now you got it, right? Now same way how you can install the agent on the Windows server. Okay, so I'm showing that how you can install that agent on Windows server. And so now if you see the host page,
Deepak, the tenant will be same, right? If you are on the if you are on the product, let's suppose you are on the production. Now you are on the production.
No. Account will be same. Tenant ID will get changed.
Okay.
Here, if you see that, if you have the organization, you can see that here account, and you have the different environment, right? If you click on that, this ID got changed, and CD ID, you have that, right? That ID will get changed. Okay. So
you mean to say, like, we've changed the environment, it is going to change?
So if you can see that, right? Here we'll have an environment, 2-3 environments you can see. If you have 3 Dynatrace account, if you can see that 3, if you click on that other environment, then you'll have another tenant, and that ID will be different. If somebody has, then you just go and check it. If you have 2-3 accounts access.
Okay. And environment inside the Dynatrace, right? So let's suppose, like, you created one environment
See,
for
what is happening? What is happening is, like, there will be one root account that is paying, right? You can create a 3 environment: UAT, pre-prod, production. Every company has a different structure to implement. UAT has ncd2032.live.dynatrace.com. Production have DMCXY, it could be anything, 32@live.dynatrace.com. Production at CMXL2.live.dynatrace.com. Okay, and all these 3 accounts. Okay, As an environment, it will show here. Account under the account, it will show here. All our license you can assign to each account. Okay, like I can assign for this account. Suppose this account having only infra monitoring, yeah, something, right? Yeah, application I can assign sometime. You need to post it. Okay, license will discuss. So you don't know about them, yeah, host. This assigned, I can assign some license. So suppose 10% for this account, 80% for this account, 20% for this account. You will assign the license. Okay, so it will all are under one root. Okay, that way you can do that.
Okay.
Okay, so now I'll show you how you can install the Dynatrace Manager in Windows Server. So Windows, I need to have a Windows Server, right? So for having a Windows Server, I'll go with Windows and type here Windows. So take a base server. Micro, it is sufficient. One, it is sufficient. Type 30 GB, it is also fine. Security group. All anywhere. Okay. So the US people, I think, should go for a sleep mode. Christian, are you there? I don't see him.
I think he left a long time back.
I'll copy. Now for Windows, what I need to select? RDP. Yeah, you can try with your MS, your remote desktop, right? That also you can try, correct? So username. For Windows login, it will be different. So let's wait for server to up. So now you wanted to see the difference. I did not show you that. Here we have installed infra mode. You can see what is happening. Wherever you install Dynatrace One Agent as an infra mode, it will show that infrastructure part here. So you note it down for infrastructure. For infrastructure, when you install Dynatrace One Agent as an infrastructure mode, it will visible CPU, memory, disk, NIC, along with process. Only this much. Okay? Clear? When you install Dynatrace One, anybody will ask, if you install Dynatrace One Agent as infra mode, what are things you can see? You can see the service? No. Okay? When you install Dynatrace One Agent as a full stack mode, you can see CPU, memory, disk, process, along with services. Means that you are getting infrastructure plus services, correct? Infrastructure mode plus services, okay? Network also.
Yeah.
Anything, any doubt? Because you don't have application, right? So you cannot see that service in infrastructure mode, okay? But full stack, we have an application service, then you can see that If some of the server you install as an application server of infra mode, then that application service you cannot see. Okay. Clear? So
Yes.
you can see that, right? So now, because this server does not have any application process, so you can see the only that server has a Amazon agent, right? To do something. This SSM agent, all those things will do something, right? Whether it is up, down, something, they'll check their status, right? By default, it will get installed, but it will show. So now I'm trying to install that on Windows Server, right? So I will go to connect, RDP, connection using RDP. So what I need to do is username is administrator. I can give this. And I need a password. Right? So for password, I need to click on get password. Browse this your PEM file and decrypt it. So you will get a password. So now if I click here, OK. Now it will ask for a password. I can enter. Okay. Now I'm connecting to Windows. Okay. Now I am connected to Windows Server. I wanted to install Dynatrace 1 agent. So what I need to do? Either you upload the file, right? Copy. You are uploading that file to this server. Yeah, what you need to do?
WinSCP or maybe
something, right? WinSCP, you can do that. So if I'll do WinSCP, I do have or not. Let me check. You have. So don't upgrade YAB. Okay. I need host name. Oh, let's go here. Copy that password somewhere in Notepad. Okay, so this is the password. Username is administrator. And I need to have IP. So I should go to instance, IP. Those are not familiar with WinSCP, you can understand. Username is administrator. Password is
Even vice versa.
I did other way around. Username is administrator. Where is username? Oh, I need to type it. That's fine. Administrator. Correct. I need to log in. Wait, why? Why it is happening?
is the username and password correct?
That's what I'm thinking. SFTP only. Just a minute.
Is IP correct?
104 only.
104. What number is?
connect DP. Again, I need to do the password. Okay, get password, browse this file, training, decrypt it. This is the password. Okay. No. Some network error is happening. Don't know why it is happening. FTP though. Okay, leave it. So now we logged into the server, right? So what I need to do is I need to install that. So what I'll do, I log in here itself and Dynatrace URL. Okay, you can do it, transfer that through Venus CP, all those things. So I can go with server manager and I can switch off that firewall.
So what is that like? Is that something? Anything stopping here?
Now here, when if you copy that, right, what will happen is it will ask you whether it is secure or not, right? You remember? What I will do is all server, you go local server. So what I will do is that security information, no, I can turn it off. So it will not ask you whether it is trusted or not. Otherwise, it will ask you that it is trusted website, not. Click on add trust. So now you can. The problem is, let's log in that. Dynatrace does not support Internet Explorer. That also there is a problem.
Chrome, right? Here is.
Why they are not giving Microsoft Edge? I don't know. Okay. See, they're not allowing us login, right? Oh my God. So what I will do now? Tell me. I'm not able to connect the server. So what I will do is I will download that agent on my local and I will do copy paste. Deploy Dynatrace. Start installation. Windows. Create a token. Because of temporary email, no, these are happening. Okay, we'll go to deploy Dynatrace. Start installation, Windows, create a token, download one engine installer.
So how we run for Linux and full stack agents on the Linux box? The same commands can be run in the Windows server also, right?
No. Windows has a different commands. Windows runs on PowerShell, right?
PowerShell.
So we can do through PowerShell also. So if you can see here,
okay,
copy this, go to that server, somebody will not familiar about the PowerShell, right? So, PowerShell.
Yeah, the top one.
No, this will also happen there. This also we can run as administrator. See and copy, paste it. Let's try. See.
Yeah, finally we are getting it.
This is easy, right? Instead of uploading file, downloading file, it takes time. Okay, Linux it is easy, but Windows we have little bit, so we used to prefer that go with PowerShell command. Those are not aware of PowerShell, they can download it, upload to that Windows server, and then you can do. So now they are retrieving that SSH script. So it is a one command. Everything it will done in the one command. Based on your internet connectivity, it will take time. Any doubt, you can ask me right now. We are anyway.
Yeah, so in meanwhile, Deepak, so let's suppose if I'm using a VMware vSphere or something, and if I have some 10 servers inside it, and if I want to monitor this one, then where I need to install the one agent?
So in the VMware, right? So the VMware is just like a vCenter, correct?
Yeah.
So vCenter also has a host inside. So if you wanted to monitor how many hosts in the VMware, you wanted to monitor 10, 20, 50, then you need to install it. Okay, on the 10 hosts. Okay. So there is a way you can install that agent via Ansible. Okay, via Chef, yeah, via Puppet. You can install the agents and through so you can push that. Okay, so how many servers? So right now, like even that agent we have installed, right? Two server, two Linux server, we can do it through Ansible. Okay. So Dynatrace itself they provide that collection and tarballs for Windows, for Linux, everything. Just you should have that Ansible environment. Go and unzip it, everything you set it based on the role, it will get installed. Okay. So that they used to provide. So it ran.
Okay, so if let's suppose we have you have 10 in the vCenter you have 10 hosts, and inside the 10 hosts, each host is having one application. So every host has to have one agent, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So now we have ran it. So should I do anything? Oh. Where I can go with C drive, E drive. This PC. Download.
Expand this PC, sir. Expand. Yeah.
Deepak, from the previous example, what about the vCenter performance?
See, there is an integration with vCenter itself. Okay, Dynatrace, we have integration with vCenter itself. Okay, you can integrate so you can understand that. Okay, Dynatrace is there. So let's check their services. Okay, so you can see one agent is there. Let's check their services. So taskbar, task manager. Okay, then click on that service. Let me know if you can see Dynatrace one agent. It is there.
Service should be one agent. O series.
Yeah, it should be one agent.
Okay.
I don't see it.
Can you open services.msc?
Now you see. No, it is not there. So agent is not running. So what I need to do is one agent, okay, where is the exe file? Users, where?
Open services.msc. You can see the services there.
1 second. No, agent got installed for sure. Why it is not running? No, I don't see that. Wait. Let me go to that Dynatrace portal.
Does it command installs or downloads the file actually?
That's what
It's
Windows.
not installation. We need to run the below command, right?
Oh, I forgot. So I need to run this command. This we did. This we command we forgot. That's what I was thinking. So this is done. I shoot this. So now it is setup is getting executed. Make sure that when you are doing it, you do with only one API token. Okay, don't with multiple API token. What I am doing it because this is a dummy environment, so I'm not going to store any kind of credentials, right? So make sure that whenever you are going working as an administrator, make sure that you are doing in you are storing that API. Don't create multiple APIs. All those things. Okay. Sometimes some information is required API. You don't know why this configuration, what API you have given, and now you're trying a different API, right? So it will be difficult for you. Here also you can make it false true, okay? So everywhere they have given the scope. So this is the way you can install Dynatrace. PowerShell is easy. Just copy this command, paste it as a administrator mode, and then you run that second command that you are executing. Okay. So don't worry about WinSCP or file transfer or something. Okay. So now one agent service will be run. Got it? I'm not going to install on mainframe server, JetOS mainframe server. I do not have any kind of background of mainframe. Mainframe is very oldest technology. If somebody knows, can teach us. I'll give you that access, everything. And how to set up that VM for mainframe. Okay. So mainframe, just we do on Windows and Linux. Okay. So Linux, we have the family Windows, Ubuntu, Red Hat, Fedora, all those things. Okay. And 90% like people don't prefer Dynatrace for mainframe application, right? Nobody is going to, because very old technology. 2020 years, 25 years back, people used to do that. For 2 days, this environment will be up. Okay, anybody want access to Dynatrace portal, I can provide access. Okay. So you can do some play around all those things, but I'll suggest you don't configure anything because license may get exhausted. Everyone I'll give admin access just to play around, work around, because I mean I know you won't get time itself. Okay, so now you can see agent got installed. If I'll do deployment status. And I will go to the host. I can see this, right? Agent got installed. Okay. So now if you see the services, what is the service name you want to understand, then you can see Dynatrace should be one agent, right?
Yeah, it is there. Scroll up. It is there.
MN
No,
not there.
Scroll up. You missed it.
It should be Dynatrace, I think so. Okay, where it is?
Down.
You can able to see?
Yeah, I saw that.
Device install, I can see.
Scroll down. Slowly. Scroll down. Yes.
Yeah. The name is Dynatrace one agent. Okay. Service name. Okay. If you see the details, you can stop start. If you see the detail, you can see what are things is running for other one. We have log analytics, network, Yaxi plugin, and watchdog. Okay. So that you can see that Windows and Linux. Now next topic, how to create application, right? So now you are
1 second, Deepak. So is it doing a full stack monitoring or infrastructure?
This Windows also we are installed as a full stack.
Okay.
So only one Linux agent that we install, right? This one we install as a infra mode. Remaining we have installed as a full stack. Okay. So I have to show the difference, what you can see and what you cannot see. So infra mode, we have this option. Okay. So any of the host you installed already as a full stack, you want to implement as an infra, then you should go to that host setting, and there is called monitoring. Okay. So that monitoring mode, you can disable it. So it will be, so you can see if you disable it, it will become as an infra mode. So now you can see as a monitoring as an infra. Because it does not have any application, right? So I can do it as infra. So that you can do that. Okay. So this is the way to enable or disable. If you want to turn it off that server itself, like I don't want to monitor this server after performance testing, right? Performance testing used to do that. So if you go to monitor overview, host, and this, right? I don't want to monitor. So I want to this edit, monitor this host. No, save change. So what will happen is it will not. Earlier, this monitor host, it was there in the setting page, turn off. Now it is redirecting to the host page. So now if you go to the host page, you see you stop monitoring that. You can see here that availability, it will within a second, it will, you can see after 5 minutes or 2 minutes, you can see here it will be after 58, 50, every 60 second data will get refreshed. So 59, yeah, 60, you can see that it will show as a offline. Uptime, you can see it will show as a down.
Deepak, can you see the services in infra mode? Services.
Service you can enable or disable as an infra mode. That is fine. When you don't have any application and you install as a full stack and you wanted to disable implement as an infra mode, then you can disable this part. But right now I switch off the turn off the monitoring. So turn off monitoring means I don't want to monitor this host. I don't want to invest any kind of license on this host. It will show as an unmonitored. It is a green color. Just wait for
Deepak, actually on the Windows server, we have system services. Can you see the system services?
Yeah. System services? No. If you implement as a full stack also, you can see it is showing a turn on. Let it turn on. Monitor, and I can implement as a full stack. Now it will turn it on. So make sure that when you are making infra to full stack or full stack infra, some of the service restart is required. Now let's wait for 1 minute to get reflected. System service, right? You're talking about.
Yes.
Maybe you can see it. Just. Now, if you want to see the, still it is not up. This is your all the process. Okay. They're running on the system. Now I think host is up. Still not up. You have enabled, right? Yeah. The smart escape. No, you can't see it. So you can see these are your system process as running, right? Service is not running. Windows service, you can see as well. Whichever process is running, you can see it.
Is
Now,
there
if
any
you
way
see that
to capture the
travel, which one?
Can we capture the services which are running on the server?
Which service you're talking about?
Suppose if you open the task manager, you can see many services running on the host.
Under Windows, he's asking like under Windows, there are many services. are they going to show up on the Dynatrace?
No. You are talking about this one, right?
Yes, correct.
No, it will not. Only by default, whichever that system process, right, it is required, that will get captured. So if you see that host, you can see these are the processes getting captured. Service, you see anti-malware service execution. Also Windows system, one agent monitoring, and engine exe, server manager, one agent logger. This is your imagine SSS agent. This one it will capture by default. For system level. Okay? Once you have the application will get captured. Okay? So you understood, right, how to disable the monitor, how to enable the monitor, from where you need to go. Either if you go to the setting page also, you will redirect to there on setting page, monitoring overview, host. Now you wanted to disable for this one, edit. Then where it is going? Host setting monitoring, correct?
Yeah.
So there is a round robin. If you go there also, you can reach same place. So it is little bit tricky, but you will get hands-on. Okay, so don't worry. Okay, so I'm giving you the Dynatrace access for everyone. You can ping me your email ID one by one here in the chat window. So you can also a little bit don't configure anything, because the license trial environment. So what will happen is the license will get exhausted in middle itself. So we'll do that. Okay. Whichever I will tell you to configure, you can configure. So how to give access, you can see, I'm going to the setting page, identity management, user management. Okay, I'm inviting everyone. So one by one, you can ping me, so I can invite. You can't ever be. Everyone is admin, so don't bother. Okay, so you do whatever, you see whatever you can see, because I'm giving all the access, so you are not bothered about anything. I did not get that access, this access. Okay, then second one is, once you get the environment invite notification in your email, then you need to click on access, then you need to set your password, and then you can access. Okay, then user management. Let me know if you receive the environment login. Okay, you are able, at least you can ping in the chat. Yeah, I'm able to log. Then anyone did receive that notification in your email?
Yes, I do receive. I'm trying to log in. I forgot the
Okay.
password. I'm resetting my password.
You need to create a new password. Okay.
No, I was already having the login with the same thing sometime
Okay,
back.
then yeah, then you need to reset it.
Yes.
I think for everyone I have given, right? Let me know if anyone left. Yeah, everyone I have given the access. User management. Let me know if somebody still nobody is able to access. Once you are able to access, no, I can see here instead of pending, I can see the active. Okay. If anyone is active, you can see right active. Same way I can see here is active. So just you log in it. Okay. Try to see, understand little bit, and we'll go for a lunch for 30 minutes, 30 to 35 minutes. We'll start at 1:40 at any hour. Okay. 1:40 to 5. A little bit be serious. Don't take a heavy lunch. You will feel sleepy. Okay. Anybody can say I'm able to log in. Make sure that your email ID is correct. Already I have
I'm able to log in.
You're able to log in, right?
Yeah.
Check in your spam email. You can see there is one. Shikandar, you are able to log in? Yeah, I need to send again.
ID. Can you send again to this new ID? ssbdb@gmail.com, because the old ID already have account. So it's
Okay.
routing to this old.
Yeah, that will happen. I think Avinash.
Deepak, for my information, I haven't used AWS. So when you're creating and running this application, how much it is charging for you for 2 days approx?
For 2 days, it will, if you are running 24/7, right? It will not charge more than 1,000 rupees.
Okay.
Okay. I remember I ran for 15 days. Okay. For easy travel application that installed, right? And another 4-5 servers. Okay. It cost me for around 15K.
Okay.
Like we have 3 servers for environment activate, 1 server for easy travel, then we have another 2-3 server for agents, something, right? For Docker, 1 agent, right? All those things charge me around 14K.
Fine.
Sure. Invite has been sent for everyone. I can see Kanti can log in, able to log in.
Yes, Deepak, I log in.
So whichever can log in, right? Now I can see Avanish can able to active user. Remaining also can try. Okay, we'll go for a lunch. Okay, for 35 to 40 minutes, and then we'll work on environment activate and installation and application configuration, and then we'll start management zone, everything, okay, tagging, alerting, everything, right? Whichever that feature we have, integration with AWS, synthetic monitoring, most of the topics will cover. We'll try to cover whichever is possible for today according to the agenda. Okay, and then we'll have tomorrow same time. And if some of the topic we left, right, then we can have that 2-hour, 3-hour session in next week. Okay, if I'll try to finish by tomorrow. If something we left, then okay.
Deepak, before going, we install the application on one server and we can see the services, right? So on what base it is picking the services? How it is picking the services from the application?
So Dynatrace has one agent has a capability, okay, right? So to pick that service is running on that application, okay. So they have some default convention, right? Naming convention for service, all those things. So by default, whichever it is there, it is fetching that, okay, based on that agent capability, okay. Now, agent is that much matured. Okay. Now, some of the service may not get visible. Okay. Then you need to configure as a custom service. Okay. Suppose some of the service, right? One service you. Okay.
In custom service, we give the endpoints. So I understand that. So this basic services, whatever it is finding, how it is finding.
So that one agent has a capability. Okay. I cannot go that backside of one agent and I can unzip and I can show you that what kind of function they have written, what kind of terminology they have written. But one agent has a capability that can by default, whichever the service is running on that application and on the server, by default it will get fetch.
Okay, because I just want to understand they do like some users come to me like they're not seeing any services on the host. So just want to understand.
So I told you, right? So there is some standard, right? A standard process to develop the application and standard implementation process, right? So based on that, by default, Dynatrace will capture all the service. Sometimes they're not following the proper standardization, the proper process to configure. Then you need to configure as a custom service, and you need to restart that application. It will get visible.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll go for a lunch. You try to log in, everyone, and see. Don't try to configure anything. And we'll back at 1:40. Okay, and from 1:40 to start. We'll see. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Thank you. I'll pause the recording. I'm sharing my screen. Let me know once okay. So now let's go to Dynatrace. Where we stopped the last topic, remember? So one agent, right? So one agent part data. Now we'll discuss about how to create a application. Okay. So once your Dynatrace one agent is installed in your application, right? By default, that service infrastructure will get visible, right? But what about application? Like application, you need to configure it. Okay. So application has an endpoint, right? So if you see here that EasyTravel application has an endpoint, correct? This is my endpoint. Now once I configure this application, whichever transaction I will do on this application, I can able to capture. So let's copy this URL and go to Dynatrace portal, setting page, web and mobile monitoring, application detection, and configure add detection rule and configure this. So I'm giving that EasyTravel. Okay, application name. So make it a little bit camel case. So looks good. And URL. URL contains this, right? Now let's save it. So once I configure this application, I can see this application under the web. So web, you can search it here in the cockpit. Under the digital experience, you can see the web, right? So click here. I can see my EasyTravel application. So now you can see by default, application is started capturing the data in my web application. So everywhere, any of the tenant, by default, my web application will be visible. So make sure that you disable it first. Okay? So let's go to that my setting page. So how to disable that default application? Setting, monitoring overview, application. This just should turn it off. So now whichever data we have, right, my application, so it will transfer to my EasyTravel. So now we have EasyTravel. You can't delete this one, okay? So we can see that. Now let's generate some traffic on this application. So to generate traffic, so what we are doing, we are logging, hit this URL, we hit this. We are logging in. So for logging in, by default, there is a default user. You cannot create your own account because the dummy application. So we have some specific user in the database. So I log in with this. Okay. So you have logged in. Now where you want to go? Just come there. So let's go to push on where it is. Date, which date? So I wanted to plan for Monday.
1 second, Deepak. So are we pointing to the synthetic monitoring?
No. Just application, response time, the load actions, and then there are errors, all those things, okay? From how you are accessing the application, from which country the people are accessing my application, that I'm talking about, right? So now you can see I got this, okay? So I'm booking the ticket. Next, I should give the credit card information. Next. And this. So you guys also can try this URL for every server. That is the reason I have not block any. So everyone can access. So you can also generate some traffic. So let me know for which user you have generated. You try this, you can able to access. So once you are able to configure it, right, by default, it will capture under the application. Now see. So I logged in as a which user? I logged in as a Viveka Ravina, right? So if you see here an application, so I can see that load action. So to load action is that how much time does it took that application to load this URL? Okay, so that is called application load action. Okay, and if you see, so if I'll go with this, which browser I have used, desktop, analyze the performance. You can see I have used Chrome 104, load as 2.0, and there is no error. And which, so these are that transactions we did, right? Load that page and then we did some bookings. Which user, right? So that information I can see in this analyze user session. If you click on analyze, see Viveka Arvinda, right? So this user I have logged in. So if I see this, their journey, what are the transactions I did? So if I click here, you can see their session. These are the transactions I did. Correct. So in that case, you can understand that user behavior. Okay. So now if I go to my back to application web, so let me explain that application. Okay. So once you configure the application, there's a 3 types of user. Okay. So let me open my note pen. There's 3 types of user. One is satisfied user. Okay. Second one is tolerating. And third is frustrated user. We have a 3 types of user. Okay. So satisfied has a range. Okay. 0 to 3 seconds. If people will access within 3 seconds, we call as a satisfied user. So that easy travel endpoint we have, right? So if you have this STT, this endpoint, if you log in as a within 3 seconds, then I called as a you are a satisfied. If it is greater than 3, less than 12, and greater than 12 is called frustrated user. Okay? Some of the URL took longer time than the people are tolerating. Sometimes we have seen that, right? Some of the page you are hit that. Mainly in India, when you go with that any of the government site, correct? You just hit the URL. Just keep on loading, correct? Say yes or no. Are you agree? So you will keep frustrated and you will close that browser. You will see we'll try in this another time. Correct? Then you try to log in something on the banking, some of the government website. You wanted to do something. Right? So that Dynatrace is defined. If you are able to access the website within a 3 seconds, I can say this is the satisfied user. If it is greater than 3, less than 12, we call as a frustrated user, and this greater than 12 is a greater than 12 is a frustrated, and greater than 3 and less than 12 it is called tolerating user. But we have some of the application has a XML HTTP request as well. Okay, so for that we need to enable it. So how you can enable? And even though if I can say people can access my website within 5 seconds also, I'm fine with that. Then I can need to configure that. So how you can customize that? So setting, edit your application. Go to that application, then general setup. It is there. You can see load action we have 3 seconds, 12 and greater than. So 0 to 3 green, 3 to 12 amber, and greater than 12 is the red. Okay, so I can change it. So I can put it as this as a 5, and then 12 and greater than 12. Okay, that also I can do that, right? The same way I can do for a fallback. I can put it 5, something like that. This is for load. For XHR also I can do. We can customize it. Okay? So that you can, for custom also you can customize. It is a custom application. So now it is just a normal application. We don't have custom action. The load and XHR. XHR we need to enable it. So we don't have any kind of save button. You need to save. You just to click here, automatically just you hit this. Get and change.
What is that XHR, Deepak?
XHR has a XML HTTP request. You see, it is also kind of action. XHR is HTTP request that only, but we have XML HTTP request, the JavaScript API. So through some of the applications have the API, right? Through API, they are fetching the data, right? So that is called XHR. So now if you might go to my application where it is downloading. So now if you see, I've not done the changes, edit, general setup. Okay, it got changed. Okay. Now, how to enable the XHR action? If application support API level, right? JavaScript API, then what you need to do is you need to enable that XHR action. Okay, so I should go to capturing async web request, and you can see these are that framework, JavaScript framework has been detected for that easy travel application. So I need to enable this. So IC faces, jQuery, where it is jQuery, this one, and prototype. These three support, and each support has, if application does support XML request, then enable this. So when you implement that application, right, any of the web application, it will tell you it support normal JavaScript, it will support some JavaScript framework, it support XML HTTP request. Okay. Once you will come to know, you can go and enable it. Okay. So once I enable it, I can see XHR action is enabled. But as of now, even I'm not sure if the digital has XHR or not. If you do the traffic, generate traffic, it is there, then it will capture under the XHR. Okay. Now, so load action, how much time does it took the load? So now we have given the 5 seconds. Okay. So if any of the URL response, it is a 5 second, still I can see it is a green only. Green means it is you are in green zone. It's good. So that you can see that. Okay. Now there is called AppDex rating. So Dynatrace provides a rating of the application based on the time frame. You have selected last 2 hours, last 30 minutes, last 10 minutes, whichever time frame you select, you can see that it will provide you the rating. So rating means AppDex rating. So we have, if your application performance means there should not be error, there should not be any problem, there should be infrastructure issue, there should not be any JavaScript error, 4x error, 5x error, everything looks good. Then based on that, application performance, right? So based on that, I will give you the rating. Like how you are giving the exam, 10th exam, right? And they are giving the rating, right? If your percentage got greater than 50, less than 60, between, you are in 3rd division, then 2nd division, 1st division, right? Same way, Dynatrace based on your performance, right? So based on that application performance, Dynatrace does provide that AppDex rating, okay? So your AppDex rating, if it is between 0 to 0.5, it is called unacceptable. If it is your rating is 0.5 to 7, means it's a poor. If it is rating is 0.75, 7 to 8.5, it is a good. 8.5 to 9.4, good, fair, good, and then excellent. Okay. So as a Dynatrace admin, I saw your AppDex rating is 0.5. I can say there is a lot of problem in this application. Okay. If I see that AppDex rating is 0.85, I can understand that it is good. There is an issue, some of the error it is happening, but it is good. Still you are in green zone. But if you are lesser than 0.85, then you can say there definitely there is a lot of issue in the application. There is an impact is happening in your application. Okay. Are you with me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So this will give you the aptX rating. Error means if you have any kind of error, right? JavaScript error, custom error, any request error, any kind of error it is there in your application, then it will capture under the error tag. So how many error is happening? Then we have third party. So we have first party. Okay, we have CDN, content delivery network. We have not configured anything for CDN detection. Third party and all results. It will show you that this one. And this will give you that overall application flow. If you click on this application, you can understand that my application overall flow. We have digital application that we have configured. Then it is going to that customer front end web server, right? Once you going to that, then it is calling to this web service, authentication service, journey service, verification service, booking. Once you click on booking, then it will go to that credit card verification and it will store that your information in database. Then once your credit card validation is done, then it will create a ticket. It will create a ticket and it will store in the database. If you are an authentication service, it will go to another database. If you are journey, it will go to another database. Verification, there is not going to be database. It's just it will verify. Okay, so this you can understand that overall application service flow. So if you click on the response time, you can see each application has a response time. You see here how much time it took for each service. 1.1 second. How many requests is happening for? On this one, how many 5? This one, how many 27? This one, how many 1? So overall, it is giving. Now for credit card, so definitely it's 4, then definitely it will go 4. And maybe reduce also. This will go something, this will go all the information. What is the response time? How many requests is happening? Okay. So this information will give you. Now, if you see that this is the passing point. So how is the passing happening? It is going to customer, then we're going to author, and it is going to database. Okay. If you click on here, if you click here, then how it is happening? Booking service, then credit card validation. So like this, each there it will be flow. And you can see there traces, back request, response time, and outliers. So we'll go one by one. If I'll go to infrastructure where it is running. So if you click on infrastructure, running on this server, EG-Travel app 001. Correct? So now if you see, click on here, then see there, distributed traces. Distributed traces, each transaction it will capture. Each and every transaction it will capture. So if you see here, see. This is the booking service, all the information. Okay. This is a credit card, all the information. This is for each transaction it will capture. Okay. So how the flow is happening. Okay. So like this, you can understand the application service flow, all those things. Okay. I'm not going here a little bit deeper because we'll cover again when we'll talk about distributed traces, how it is capturing all those things. So you can see there, because right now we are focusing on that application. So this way you can understand. Okay. So this is here you will give the application service flow. Okay. If you have a load balancer, two web server, everything it will flow here. Okay. This is part and showing you that full user detail, action details. Is there any event is happening? Is there any error is happening? See, we have JKD was detected, prototype detected, IC the 3 event was happening, right? So now, if I'll go to my another part, user behavior part, then now, so how many user is happening? 50% new user, 100% real user. Which location people are accessing? So if I'll see this, wait. See, from which location? Country where I see there is one country, India, right? So from India, people are accessing the website. So from the location also you can able to find out. Okay. So that will give you the new user, real user, from which location, how many sessions we have, how many action per session is happening, what is the bounce rate, and overall conversion you can configure it. Okay, so that will configure setup overall conversion little later, but you can understand that application from the here. Okay, so when you implement Dynatrace one agent, there is no action is happening. Somebody can generate a traffic. So what will happen is you can able to understand. Okay, so error, third party, everything you can understand from the here. Okay, so you need to configure that application. Okay. Okay, so you understood as of now how to configure an application. Just that only you remember. Okay, so how to you will get a URL, application endpoint URL, and you need to configure it. Okay. Keep on loading, keep on loading.
Deepak, we discussed this again, right? I have a few questions.
Yeah, we'll discuss again. Because right now, just I'm focusing on how to create an application. Okay. Once you'll get little bit all the ideas, right, then you can understand it more better. Okay, so configure application, we can configure web and mobile monitoring, application detection, and you can give the endpoint here. Okay, suppose I want to configure any other application. Okay, so yeah, you wanted to add another URL inside the application, that also you can do that. So suppose I am adding just dummy application, it will not capture any data. So just you can create a new application, just you can give that application name is training, just I'm giving a dummy, and give the URL. So you can give the URL contents. Here we have contents begin with, end with, equal, whichever you want prefer, you can go with that. http://www.mytraining.com. Okay. So you can give that. So you start capturing the data once you install the agent on this application. So this application can be run on one server also, it can be run 5 servers also. If it is a 5 server, you need to install that agent on the 5 server. Clear? If something you wanted to add in this, again go existing application, select that, which application you wanted to have. I wanted to have an easy travel, you can give this URL contents http://www.easytravel.com. So where you can see this, right? That's what I'm saying. So now I have configured. Oh, again, same thing I have configured. Okay, URL I have changed. Application same. Now if I'll go to my web, you can see there will be 2 domains. If I'll go here, so now we have XHR. So if you see here, view all details, you can where I can see the domain. So you can see the domain we have, right? This one. Another we cannot see why, because there is no data. Okay. But once you see the data, you can see over here the domain. So domain we have this IP. Correct. So this information, so this way you can understand. So as of now, what you understood is how to create application, how to enable that JavaScript framework, and how to enable that XHR action, how to change your performance, like satisfied load action performance, right? We have a 3 second, 3 to 12, greater than 12, right? How you can change it for load action, XHR action, and custom action. Okay, these 3 things just to remember it. Okay, for timing.
Deepak, in errors, can we specify the path to capture
the error?
Yeah.
No, what you can do is you can, based on the code, right? We have the error code. Okay. No. Errors, right? So JavaScript error, request error, and custom error. So everything we have a code. You cannot specify the path. You can JavaScript error ignore if you wanted to have. Yeah, you wanted to configure a JavaScript error. So if you configure it, okay, we're going for a documentation. Okay. Now, if you see request error, you can see you can add the rules. Okay, like 404, 504, something with something. So when you create a rule, you need to define the error code. Match by error that have failed image request, yeah, a violation, and you can give that filter by URL. If you have this URL, and then you give this. Okay, so something you can do that. Okay, once you do it, you can do it. Okay, so based on the URL only. Okay? The URL you can consider as a path or something, then you can do it. Okay, if URL considering as a path application, then you can do it. Okay. So any of the error, right? You have the error code and you have the application URL. If you give that and you give the error code, you can configure it. Okay. For request error, custom error, all those things. Okay. Hope it is clear.
Yes, clear. And one more thing, Deepak. After creating this application, did you restart it any service?
No, not at all.
It's not required to start any service after creating an application.
No. So once you restart, once you configure the application, what is happening is, see, that I'm giving the background, what is happening is, once you configure this application, right? So if you see this URL, okay, let's go to home page, right click, inspect element, okay, go to network tab, hit this URL. What is happening in the header, okay? In this URL header, we are injecting that JavaScript tag. You can see here. After that, what is there? After 8080, the Rakshit agent JavaScript underscore some code underscore some ID .js, right? It is injecting in your header itself. So wherever you go in the application, right, it will capture. You can see here, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so it is injecting. Yeah, you can validate that also like something in that way. Like if you go here, right click, inspect, and Control F you do, and find Rakshit. Somewhere you can see that this JavaScript tag got injected. So what is happening? So you are injecting that. So some other monitoring tools like App Dynamics. I'm talking about like App Dynamics. You wanted to enable that end user monitoring or something. What is happening? You are creating application, right? End user monitoring applications, and once application got created, that application key will generate. If anybody has worked on APM or something, key will get generated, and there will be some JavaScript syntax will get generated, right? That syntax you are giving to the application team to inject that in the application HTML page, correct? Once they have injected and they started that application, then you will start seeing the data, correct? But here it is not a problem. Just to configure the application in the header itself, it will add it. Now, some of the application does not support auto injection. Like now we configure the application and automatically it is going to insert that JavaScript syntax by default in your application HTML page, right? We have not injected manually. So if some of the application like banking, yeah, insurance sector, yeah, some of the payment application, they will not allow you to do inspect also. Have you seen that kind of application? If you do that right click up, inspect element, that also it is disabled. Have you seen that? Any kind of application earlier? So in that case, what you need to do is, you need to define manually. So what you need to do is, you need to configure the application and go to edit. There is an injection. Now we did auto injection. You configure automatic get injected, okay? Now there is a manual insertion. You copy this snippet. Yeah, you download it, give it to developer to inject it. Are you with me?
Yeah, Deepak.
Yes.
So once they have injected in that application code, then you can, then when you do manually, then they need to restart the application to reflect. You can create a rule also. where do not inject, where inject. Some of the page you don't want to inject, right? Like we don't want to inject all the pages. You are excluding some of the pages. Okay, you don't want to monitor, then you can exclude that. So you have option to do not inject. Even manual also and automatic also. And give the application URL pattern and do not inject and add. So it will not inject it in that page. Clear?
Yes, Deepak. Suppose after creating this application, and suppose if it is not detecting that application, what could be the reason?
So once you configure the application and it is not injecting, okay, there is many reasons. Okay, first you think you should check that once you configure the application, it's not fetching the data. You go and check in that inspect the element network tab whether JavaScript header tag JavaScript tag has been added on the URL or not. If there is not added, somewhere it is blocking. Okay, yeah, application does not allow to inject. That's why I told you, right? Most of the cases, what will happen is in the banking and insurance sector, application will not allow you to inject because of lot of attack. Okay, they are not allowing to inject. Then you need to give that a snippet to application team. They will add it. Okay. Second thing, sometimes you inject it, it will get injected, but still you cannot see the traffic because of your license. Somebody, what they will think is, we have a license, we can implement. They have segregated the license in different sector. Okay, so make sure that you should have the license.
Which license?
Okay, most of the cases as being a Dynatrace admin and like you learn it little bit from somewhere, university, training, all those things, and you became a Dynatrace administrator, you got a job, you started working, you got some license, you do whatever you think like. No, you check that whether we have a license for this or not. Okay, because there the license has been segregated in different sector. Okay, when we discuss about the licensing, I will tell you the elaborate that more part, but you must check that whether we have for endpoint URL monitoring, this endpoint, right, application configuration, whether we have the license or not. That license is called DEM license, DEM unit. Okay. So that DEM unit, host unit, DEM units, then we have a log monitoring and we have a DDU, debit data. Okay? That kind of license we have segregated in the 4 categories. Make sure that you have the license for the application. Okay? Clear?
Yes.
So as of now, what you understood is, you understood how to create application, how to configure the application, how to enable that JavaScript framework, then how we can do that automatic injection, manual injection. If some of the page you don't want to exclude, you can exclude that based on the URL. Okay, that you can do. Okay, so this part is clear. Now we are going a little bit on ActiveGate side. So how first for ActiveGate? Yeah, go ahead.
For suppose we have created an application with the application URL. Suppose I got URLs specifically from the web server. Okay. So at that time, will it capture any data or do we need to do anything here?
No. Once you configure the applications and whichever the application you generated traffic, each and every transaction will capture.
No. Suppose the web server does not have one agent.
Then it will not capture.
It will not capture.
So there is called agentless monitoring. Okay, there is called something is called we have the different concept to some of the applications you cannot install the agent, but still you wanted to monitor that application. That we have that concept is there. Okay, so you can do that. Okay, so monitoring via set up agentless monitoring via browser extension, lot of things are there. Okay, but as a basic scenario, just to understand, if agent is not installed, okay, and you configure that application, you think that it will not. You should have that agent on this.
Okay, so it should have the agent and full stack monitoring.
Then, yeah, full stack monitoring should be enabled. Then you can configure the application.
Good, thank you.
Now we are going for ActiveGate. So you see, ActiveGate we can install from here also. There is called Dynatrace Hub. You can also search ActiveGate. Yeah, you go to the deployment status, and activate. Anywhere it will go redirect to the same page. Okay. Now you see either ActiveGate we can install on the Windows or Linux server and on PaaS platform. So I'm taking Linux server, and we have 3 modules for ActiveGate. Okay. First module, what it will do? Consolidate one agent traffic parameters, cloud environment, plugin, DB Insight, all those things. Second, synthetic private location. Third, general mode. So we'll do with first step and second step. So we cannot accommodate all 3, all first 2, first and third in one server. Everything you need to do in different. So you, in that case, if you wanted to have all the modules enabled, then you should have a 3 server. Okay, clear? So I am going with first module. So first module, let me spin up one VM. So you remember how many GB RAM is required? 4 GB RAM. Okay. So take Amazon Linux. Two virtual CPU, 4 GB RAM. Next, 50. Add tags, security group, all traffic, anywhere, review, launch. View systems. This will give you that will give AG1. Okay. So go here, copy, and cancel this, cancel this, cancel this. SSH, remote host, is fun user. Space issue. Copy this. We'll go to where we create a token. I'm taking it first step now. So first step, we can integrate with cloud. Okay. So okay, copy this. Okay, this is done. Then verify. Okay. Ask me, you haven't done.
Verifying is not mandatory, right?
This is environment activity. Hardly it will take 2 minutes.
Is it mandatory to verify?
That signature you are talking about? No. It is not mandatory, but best practice you can do that. Means you are assuring you are 100% correct once your signature is verified. When you are boarding a flight, right? Verification is security checking is required. dimension to reach to destination? No, right? So it is not required, but to have that should not have any issue. Correct? Later on. The same way, it is not mandatory to have that signature verification. You can skip that. But, the best practice you can do. Okay, so it is installed. Now you can see that deployment status. So ActiveGate, you can see all the module. So this ActiveGate always is happening like this. So deployment status, ActiveGate. You can see the ActiveGate, all those here on deployment status, ActiveGate. Does not have ActiveGate in this page. Okay, if you search ActiveGate, you cannot find it. Okay, so you should go to deployment status and then you should find it. Okay, ActiveGate. You can see what are the things you can do with this ActiveGate module. You see AWS integration, Azure, some forwarder. You want to forward Cloud Foundry, Database Insight, plugin, the metric API, Kubernetes, log monitoring, some OT, LP ingest, one agent routing, REST API, and VMware. This many module you can use with this environment activity. You can use. Okay. Now suppose now I wanted to have integration with AWS. Okay.
Deepak, a quick question here. So all these modules are defined on the specific ActiveGate, right? So
yeah,
is it going to be same for every all the ActiveGates, or is it depends on the application?
no. ActiveGate, when you install that, right? Once you install that, so you are going with a module, right? Now you went with first module. So wherever you install with the first module, that only it will show with this module. Now I'm going with different module, then it will show different module. So let me configure one more and this module, so you'll get a clear understanding. Okay, so let's copy, then let's launch one more instance. And you see for second module, they're asking a specific VM. They does not support Amazon Linux. So I need to go with Ubuntu or Red Hat. Yes, enter. Now Amazon Linux is supporting. Linux 2 is supporting now. Okay. So Linux 2 is supporting. Amazon Linux 2, I'm not sure. So I'm going with Ubuntu. Okay. So let's have Amazon Linux 2 is supporting now. Okay. So let's have that. Then T2.medium. Earlier it was not there. So we can keep as a private location. Okay, this is a private location. Copy this. Go here. SSH. Control V. EC2 using. So now I should go with second, third, right? So I will select this, create a token. Now I will copy this, go here, paste it, run it. Now this time I'm not verifying the signature. Okay. directly. So I will select this. So once I did this, I need to do this. Okay. Then copy this and run it. Let's see. So what is delaying? EPL release available in the topic EPL. So no need to use directly run. Let me try. Already is available, right? Yeah. You should try with sudo. No. Got failed. Check that you have permission to install. See, somewhere it is failing. So let me.
Maybe one.
Wait. This, correct. This I already did. I did this, right? Let me try this, and then we try.
Maybe some packages are missing.
No, it got installed. See, verification, how much it is important. Sometimes you don't update, right? YAM update you don't do with the new server. That also will create a problem.
So, Deepak, while it is installing, so when we are creating active gates, right? So this is synthetic monitoring, right? So we will use all the synthetics and anything via this active gate, right?
Yeah. So if some of the URL, okay, if it is your not publicly available, means it is running within your organization, okay, it is not available, then what you can do is all the endpoint should be accessible from this endpoint. Okay, so there is in that if people have worked on Azure, there is concept of Azure Hub, right? So you set up this in the server in that hub itself, that network itself. So all the URLs should be accessible from the server. So when you do that in that server curl-i or curl-v, I do that URL, you will get the response. Okay. I mean, so you are showing that that application URL is accessible from the server. Now, what you can do is you can configure that URL instead of public location, you can give a private location. Okay, so you will get the response HTTP 200 OK and all this. Okay, either it is the project-based monitoring, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So now it is set up. Now, if I go by this, so you can see this has a different. See, this has only one module, that is synthetic module, right? Module is synthetic. So now we'll utilize both the modules. Okay. So first, at least I can show you right away. We can integrate with AWS, and I can configure the private location. Okay. So let's.
So Deepak, here only when we are trying to install these ActiveGates, right? We only have 3 types of modes, right?
Yeah, only 3. Third one is mainframe.
Mainframes.
Mainframe we are not using. So now let's integrate Dynatrace with AWS. Okay. So how to integrate Dynatrace with AWS? Let's find the document. Dynatrace integration AWS. You can see to integrate this, ActiveGate is required. Already we have. So now there is 2 types, key based and role based. So what I need to do is first step. So we need to start from the here, right? So go to identity and access management in Amazon console. So let's go to that Amazon console. And we'll go IAM install identity and access management. Click here. Then what I need to do? This is not required. Then go to policy and create a policy. Go to policy and create a policy. Then we need to select the JSON tab. I'm talking about this, okay? When you guys are doing, right, this JSON, don't copy and put it directly, okay? Don't copy and put it like this directly, okay? Make sure that whichever is not required, you are removing it. Suppose this is not required, RDS cluster, describe DB cluster, you delete it. And then something like this. Clear? So whichever service is required, that only you pass it. Don't give everything. We have that is called region. Somewhere you can see, you allow a specific region, okay? That and all you need to do that, okay? So I'm not doing right now because if I'll do it, it will take another 10 to 15 minutes. So make sure that when you are doing it, tell them that these are the services required, these are the regions we have. So make sure that you are defining them. A cloud admin are sufficient. They can manage. Next, tag is not review. We can give that naming. So we can give Dynatrace. Name you can give. So example that giving same thing I'm giving it. Where it is. Here, monitoring policy description you want to give, you can give, and you can one then create a policy. So you can create a policy. Once policy has been created, then we need to create a what? User. So I will go here. IAM policy created. We'll go to user, add user. Username we can give Control V. Instead of policy, we can give user. Okay, programmatic access. Make sure that you are selecting. Then go next. Attach existing policy and search Dynatrace. Policy we have, right? So you keep it. Permission. Next, tag is not required. Key value is not required. Create a user. So once you create a user, it will generate access key and secret. So copy this access key. Go to your Dynatrace portal. And here you search cloud. search AWS. Because I have not verified that account, you remember? Like once you receive an email, you need to verify, right? I have not verified that. Is the reason keep on refreshing. So enable AWS monitoring. Click here. So you redirect to that setting page, cloud virtualization AWS, connect to instance, give the instance connection name, the Dynatrace, yeah, EG Travel fraud subscription. Subscription. Could be anything named. Access key and secret key. So where I can get the access key and secret key? Copy this access key. Where it is. Okay, I can give this access key. Now I require secret key. So copy. Go to here. Give secret key. Now monitor, either you wanted to monitor all resources that have any tags. So tag we have not defined yet. So we can give all resources and we can. So once you add the tag, based on the tag also you can. So now it is got done. So if you go to now AWS page, you can see subscription. Still you can see no data, but wait for another 2 to 3 minutes. Okay. You can see we have how many EC2 servers we have, how many RDS instances we have, if we have any EBS model we have, or how many Dynamo do we have. Everything will get listed out. It will get. Just wait for another 2 minutes. Okay. Clear? So this is the way you can integrate Dynatrace with AWS. There is a 2-way, either key-based or role-based. So role-based, you try to do that with your AWS account. Yeah. So you can, that also. That is straightforward. You can go with this document that we can help you. Okay.
Can you copy and paste that URLs in the chat?
Yeah, paste it. Now I am second thing I'm trying to tell you that how you can configure the private locations. Now we have ActiveGate. You can see. So I have used one ActiveGate to have the AWS integration, right? So I have used from this ActiveGate, have been used for this model. Same ActiveGate you can use for Azure, Cloud Foundry, DB Insight, all those things you can do that. Okay. So we'll do slowly, but as of now you can. Now I am trying to configure the private location. So how you can do that? So let's cover this. So synthetic monitoring from private location. So first you need to configure that. So you should go to setting page. Web and mobile monitoring, private synthetic location you can see here. Click here, add private location. You give the location name. Okay. So location name I am giving Delhi. Okay. It could be private location, so you can give that. Training, it could be anything, location name. So we can give EG Travel PVT. Okay, just have one. Country we can give. IND is just to type. Is not coming. BLR. No. Sometimes it will come Bengaluru, sometimes it will come. I got it. It is there, right? Bangalore. Add ActiveGate. Now you see we have only one ActiveGate, but we have a 2 ActiveGate, right? So why it is saying 1? Because other ActiveGate had been used for different module. That is the reason another one it is not saying. Clear? Another ActiveGate is used for other monitoring, not for synthetic monitoring from private location.
Yes.
Okay. Make sure that both are different functionality, different feature. That is the reason here it is saying only one ActiveGate. Click on add ActiveGate, and You can have a generator problem, then active gate is not available. Generator problem is single active gate is open. You can do that in same changes. Okay, so now you can configure this. So this we have configured active. Clear? Clear? Any doubt? Now it is like AG travel. Any doubt? No, right?
No.
Say, good to go, right? Now, let's talk about synthetic mode. Then we'll go with different, because synthetic monitoring is very important. First, you tell me what is synthetic monitoring. Anyone?
So synthetic monitoring is like basically you are trying to check the URL and go into that and verify the transactions, business transactions, clicks, and whatever the next level we are going into the pages.
See, as a, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, basically, we are checking the application availability from a different location. So we use monitoring.
Mimic of the user sessions.
That is also fine. So all are correct. Okay. So we are mimic of the real user. That also we are doing. We are, and either we are checking the availability of the application. Yeah, we are understanding that applications, all those things, whether it is up or down. Okay? So basically, as a layman, you can say with the help of synthetic monitoring, you are understanding that application availability. Okay. So suppose we have this application, right? EG travel application. We don't know when it will go down, right? We don't know. Either it will go down today, or it will go after 10 days, or it will go midnight. We don't know, right? So synthetic monitoring, what it will do is, it will hit the URL. Well, suppose this is a synthetic agent, you can say, yes, from the synthetic location, that a script, what it will do is, it will hit the URL and it will give you the response for a status 200. The status 200 means applications are working fine, right? So so either every 5 minutes, 1 minute, 15 minutes, based on your application criticality and based on the license what you have, right? Based on that, you can schedule that, right? So there will be, if you talk about other monitoring tools, if you talk about app dynamics, okay? App dynamics also have a synthetic here, right? But you need to write a Selenium script, okay? You need to upload that script and then do that script from the certain location. What agent will do, it will hit that script every 5 minutes. It will go and check the URL and give the response, and then you can monitor. Okay? Yeah, if you talk about BMC, BMC has a synthetic agent from different locations, and that agent, and you are writing a script, PDL script, okay, like through Silk Performer, you are recording the script, and once a script has been recorded, then you need to upload it on the portal. Once a script has been uploaded, then what you need to do is you are scheduling you are configuring that application, synthetic application, and you are giving the frequency for every 5 minutes, every 15 minutes, every 10 minutes, and it so synthetic agent from the different locations we have, right? They are going executing that script and giving this. Correct. So Dynatrace have that capability to do not write any kind of script. Okay, you go hit the URL from, you configure the URL everything. By default, that JSON script will get converted. Okay, so some of the tools you need to write that, some of the tools no need to write. Okay, maybe scripting is not. Okay, so if you work on BMC tool site, that is called APM-DT. If you have used that one, then it required that you need to write a BDL script. Okay, to set perform. Yeah, if you are using app dynamics, then you need to write a Selenium script. Okay, so every tool has a different way to configure a synthetic monitoring. But coming to the Dynatrace, that is very straightforward and easy to configure. Okay, so if they are reducing that your effort, okay, and you are giving them your and your application is more productive. for monitoring. Okay, so that will give you, so there are two types of synthetic. Okay, one is HTTP and second is browser based. But it does not mean that Dynatrace does not require what we call scripting. Why? Because when you have some custom level synthetic monitoring, right, you need to validate something, you need to manipulate the data or something, right? Then you need to write that pre-post execution script. Okay, you need to write something. You need to write it. Okay? JavaScript, you need to write it. But most of the cases, it serves without writing it. So let's configure HTTP. So HTTP, when you wanted to check that single URL availability, then we go for HTTP. Browser also can go for a single URL availability, but browser has a capability to capture that URL with a screenshot. Okay, and browser, when you have the transaction step, right, login to log out, complete transaction, you wanted to monitor that, then you should go with the browser. Okay, clear? Any doubt? You can ask.
Can you repeat for the browser?
Browser-based monitoring, what we have is, first thing, even in single URL also, you can configure as a browser. Okay? But browser has an additional feature that it will capture that page screenshot. Okay, so when you hit this URL, right, like once you hit this URL, right, it will capture this complete page screenshot. Okay, but the HTTP does not capture your single screenshot of the page, but browser can capture, and the browser also can be utilized when you have the complete transaction flow monitoring, transaction step monitoring. Transaction step means like you are logging in, then you are searching some item, then you are going to that payment page, you are booking that, all those things, right? You are filling that address details, filling your activity details, everything, right? So when you wanted to have entire to end, then it is, you must have to go with browser with HTTP will not support you, and it will search. So it will capture their screenshot. Okay. When you have, so there are two types of location. One, we configure a private location, and one we have a public location. So when you have external URL, it is publicly available for everyone. Then I will suggest you go with public location. When you have internal URL means within network, okay, people can access, then you must have to configure the environment activate within that network itself. Yeah, you need to route that, we allow that, all those things, that I whitelist that, all that, so you can able to hit that URL from that server, and then you can configure the private location. Suppose if I'll do this URL, this, right? Have you done earlier? So this is my synthetic server, right? If you do curl-i and HTTP : if you paste it, already do that. Correct? Now hit that, you will get the response, right? Now you are getting, right? So if that, then you will get that. Otherwise, what do you need to do? You need to allow that. Otherwise, you need to allow that. Yeah. Okay. Clear? Yeah, you do curl. Curl-b also it will serve. It also will give. Yeah, if you do curl and directly also it will give you. Yeah, if you do ping, that also. Ping will not ping because ping will work on Windows, correct? So that will help you. So now let's configure the synthetic either browser based, yeah, HTTP based. Okay. So we need to go to the Dynatrace. Let's search here synthetic. First, I will configure one single URL in both HTTP and browser. Okay. So create name of the website. You can give EG travel. Okay. Add HTTP request and give the URL. Copy paste.
One question here, Deepak. So we actually have active gates also, right? We actually we when we install the active gates for synthetic and for the other one for monitoring everything apart from the synthetic, right? So are we going to make use of those things here anyway in any way?
Yeah, we are hitting that URL from that private location. Okay. So if I click on add, okay, so you see here, fail if a status code greater than equal to, so other than that, it should pass. Okay. Now I am, suppose I have this, okay, I am validating this condition. So every time if you hit, what is not getting changed? Tell me. I want to validate some content. So I am validating that recommendation. Okay. Every time when I will do that, and when you hit this, recommendation will be always open, right? So because this may get changed. So I'm validating this. Where you need to validate, I should give the response validation. And fail if the text pass text contains this. If this is there, other than that, otherwise it will get failed. That also you can do. Yeah, if I do something, fail if text does not contain recommendation, then it should fail, right? That is mean, right? So if you found this, other than that, if you don't found this, then you should fail this. Okay, so I'm allowing two conditions here. And next, every 1 minute it is running, and I am running from my private location. So you can see type private, you can see EG travel private is there, right? So I can tick it. Now you can remove this and you can run as a public also. So type public. If you run from the multiple location, your license cost will be more. Okay, so I'm running from mobile. Okay, 2 location I'm hitting. So you see location 2, 1 request. So 1 month 87,600 requests will be generated. So we are hitting this. Same URL, I'll configure as a browser. Okay, now let's. So when it is got configured, let them run it. It will take 2 minutes. Create a browser page. So you can understand the difference. URL you give. This is my endpoint. Create. Control B.
5 not
No.
5 is missing.
Yeah. Okay. Let's remove this. I don't know. Name of the monitor you can keep. EG travel. Just simplifying the project. Now, just I'm adding. I'm not doing other than that. Simply just I'm hitting this. Okay. So you can understand this. So browser page maximum minimum you can run from on demand only. What is that is adding recently, but leave it every 5 minutes from same location. Type private this location, only one location. Otherwise license will get exhausted. Now Just wait for 2 minutes. Still, it is not executed. You can ask me anything like regarding synthetic monitoring if you have any doubt.
Deepak, second. I have one question. Like, I want to understand actually. See, our server, ActiveGate server, is located in some data center. Okay, and we're
Can you speak a little bit loud?
Okay.
Okay, you go
so
to
our ActiveGate server is hosted on some data center, and while creating the synthetic location, we are mentioning as Bangalore or some Delhi or Mumbai, whatever. Okay, so how is Dynatrace is taking this ActiveGate server to this private location? How it is working actually?
See, we have given that, right? Location name Delhi, yeah, something, right?
Okay.
Just that is naming convention, right? This is a private, okay? So you can name it, it can anything at your wish, okay? Based on the application, you can keep it, yeah, based on that data center location, you can keep it. Basically, based on the location, we used to keep. Data center is running on your UK, then you can keep UK as a location. If it is running on India, in Bangalore, you can keep as a Bangalore as a location. So that is, but you can keep it at any, right? So that is not an issue. But make sure that when you are installing that ActiveGate, okay, be remember you should be in the same network. Okay, network means like your application in different network, and you are installing that environment ActiveGate in different network, then you should make sure that you should allow that. So in that application team, you need to that if application is hosted on AWS, Azure somewhere, you need to tell them all the application endpoint should be accessible from this location, from this server. Okay, so what they will use, they will take your server IP. In the application firewall setting, they will add that. So what will happen is you can able to access that application. You can able to generate a traffic like a curl, curl command. Check it and check the URL whether it is giving the response or not. If it is giving the response, then only you can go and configure it. Okay? Not like you configure the private location and you understanding is it will be accessible. No. Make sure that URL should be accessible from that server. If it is a Linux, you cannot have that browser UI, right? So what you can do is you can go and do the curl command. If it is a Windows, then in the browser you check that if URL is accessible, then go and clear.
Oh yeah.
Deepak.
So, okay, I think you are going. Yeah. So this is for the synthetic monitoring. We have gone through the HTTP request for checking the availability and for the browser clicks, right? But where is that? Where is that pointing to this ActiveGate?
Because we are generating this URL, right? We have select that location. You can see here. Which location we have selected? Easy travel, private, and one more location we did, right? So 2 locations, Easy travel and Mumbai. From 2 locations we are, here it is used, right? Your private location. You can see IP is not there. Why? Because it's a private.
Okay. So
you cannot wait on this, right? You tell that application team, hey, these are the locations you can whitelist this. No, right? You cannot tell them this many IP. So they will not allow you. Right? This is external IP. I cannot allow. So they can do a lot of things. They can log into the server and they can from backend somebody and they can do a lot of things, right? Because the URL is accessible from this server. So what you need to do is you need to configure that private location. So here it is used, right? You can see.
Mm.
We have given name, right? Easy travel private.
Okay.
You can see if you select this and type private, you can see private location. If you select public, type public, you can see all the public location that Dynatrace. Okay. So now if I go to my easy travel, you can see that availability is 100% from all the two locations. One is private location and one is public location. And you can see this, right? Now, if you see this, so you can see the response, all those things, you can see status, you can see. You are getting that?
Yeah. Yeah, this one I
200.
understood, but earlier when we got the concept of active gates, right? So where does this come into the picture here?
Active gate is we have used to configure a private location, right? Synthetic private locations. Private location we have configured in here, setting page.
Yeah,
Web and mobile monitoring.
We configured two of them, two active gates.
So one is used for cloud monitoring,
AWS
data
cloud
consolidation, that one. And another one is we have used for environment, this synthetic monitoring from private location. So you can see that where it is private location. So we have used this activate, right?
Okay. Okay.
Okay. So here we have used this activate, and I gave that name is Easy Travel Private.
Yeah. Got it, Deepak. Fine.
Okay. So now if I go by synthetic, so now you see the difference. This is also active now. So you see what it is doing that. Still it is not enough. Just wait for first time it will take time. Meanwhile, you can see that HTTP, their configuration, hotel threshold, where what you can do. Okay. If it's HTTP, just single URL, then you can see that location here, you can see availability, you can see. You can see response time by location, by request. Okay. Here you have your endpoint. Response time, status code, you can see 200. Every time, every 1 minute, two traffic, right? Two locations will hit that, right? One from public, one from private, correct? We configure from two locations, right? Mumbai and so each time two requests. So we are getting a status code on each time. Response by size, how much test time, property. So this will give you that. Then if you see analyze execution details, you can see when it got failed. So you can see that. So now we have given the condition to check the recommendation, right? So if you go to that Easy Travel, edit, HTTP, script mode, what we have given the condition to check the recommendation. Now, if I instead of recommendation, if I put training, what will happen? It should fail. So let's save it. Now I've given the value instead of recommendation. You should have, you find the training in the Easy Travel page. You are validating the content somewhere, right? There is no training in this page. So what will happen? Now synthetic should get failed. Okay, so now if you go to the Easy Travel, now analyze execution, wait for 1 minute. You can see last fail execution. So last success fail 1521, right? Yeah, this is the response. Now you can see that it should get failed. Wait for 2 minutes. Meanwhile, we'll see other things. Okay? Now, so this you can't get availability, response time, edit. So this you understood name. You can assign to the application. This is your request. That configuration you have. All those things. If you require some authentication, right? Then you can give this for URL required some login. Then you can give this authentication. Otherwise, you can disable it. You can validate the pre-post execution. So pre-post also you can add it. I'll show you that. Then these are the things you can do that. You can enable the SSL certificate. That also you can monitor that SSL will expire within 30 days, yeah, within 7 days. If it is there, so now we don't have SSL, so we should get paid. So right now I'm showing you for content validations. We'll disable this and save changes. Now frequency and location, you understood from which location is getting hit. So when you wanted to change the frequency 1 minute to 10 minutes, 5 minutes, yeah, 15 minutes, you can do it. The changes from the here. Like I wanted to do for 5 minutes, I can do it and save changes. Okay. Now outage handling. So outage handling, you can see generate a problem and send an alert when monitor is unavailable. All the location. All the means to from the all the we have 2 locations and send a problem first occurrence, first time. You wait for 2 times, 3 times then. But as of now, I'm putting first time. Yeah, generate a problem, send an alert when monitor is unavailable from 1 location. Okay, that also you can do. And here we have a threshold. So you can add the threshold if this URL is taking more than 5 seconds. Then that also you can do. That you can do. Now if you see easy travel, still we did not got. Service also set bars. Okay. Why? Let's see. Why it is not taking in the script mode? If test contents training.
We don't have training, right, Deepak?
Yeah, so you should pay. Training. Yeah, so other if it is not there, what will happen?
Nothing. It will pass.
How?
It will search for the training text on the page. If it is not finding, it will not fail, right?
It should fail. It should fail, right? It should show that we do not find that match content.
It will not fail because it is not finding, right? If it find training in the page, then it will fail.
Yeah. So,
for example, if it is finding the error 404 something, then it will fail.
So then in the recommendation, it should fail, right? If we gave a recommendation.
No, so suppose if you mention error 404 and we stop the application, then it will fail.
What I'm trying to say, if you find content like something fair terms and condition, okay?
It will fail.
It should fail.
Yes.
That's what I'm trying to say. Oh, I did other way. Where is this is case sensitive, okay? If I matches the complete pattern, then only it should fail. So now, let's wait for another 2 minutes. Now, so meanwhile, we'll see that project base.
Deepak, how many private locations we can monitor from the single ActiveGate?
What is it?
how many private locations we can monitor from a single active gate? Private locations.
Private, see, one active gate, one location you can configure.
Only one, right? We cannot.
Only one. So see, if the single URL, right, we have configured with browser with, it will capture the screenshot. And it will validate. Okay, like from if in error is there, then expected and actual, everything. Okay, so that will give you that. So browser base will have the capability to provide the screenshot. Remaining thing same, but has the capability to provide the screenshot. But HTTP does not have. So when you configure single URL, right, make sure that you are configuring HTTP because huge license difference is there. 1:10 ratio. Now it should fail, right? Why it is not failing? Tell me why it is not failing. $328, $331, it should fail. Value got changed. Why it is not failing? It should show outage.
Can you take single string instead of triple words? Take one. Take a single string.
No, just we'll wait 2 minutes because again it will do the change in the reflection. It will take time. We got 331 also. Not at all failing. Edit. Get. Set role response validation. Fail if text contains this one. So what we can keep it now?
We have some checkbox. What is that below the condition? We have some checkbox.
We'll keep this one.
We have some checkbox below. What is it?
Where?
Yeah,
interpret the when you have a regular expression. Let's save changes. It got failed. Okay. That one also got failed. Okay. So when you wanted to have that response, right? So last execution got failed. 331 got failed. Okay. So now if you see that synthetic and problem, it will show you that there was a text pattern was not found. Now again we configured new one. So you can see this. If you open this, what will happen? What is telling? Text match content page. So make sure that when you need to do some content validation, right? something like you want to validate this content or something. Okay, you can configure as a response validation. Tell it that text contains font this one, right? When your application goes down, right? Something it will show in the UI, right? A application is down, yeah, something, right? So you can mention that. So that also it will give you some glimpse. Yeah, application went for maintenance activity or something, that also you can add it. Application is, the service is unavailable because we have a maintenance activity. So they will writing some big message, right? In the application, correct? Say yes, no.
Yeah, correct.
So that you can add it, so you can understand that now you are in maintenance mode, you have that mode. Hope it is clear, right? So now we'll configure a project-based monitoring. So now it will keep on failing. So what I will do, I will disable that validation. So you need to see now just you configure single URL and it got added, right? See everything. In the other tools, you need to write it. You need to script, convert it, then you need to upload it, then you need to do that. So it's very little bit flexy, you can say that. Okay, so I have disabled it. So now it will not work. Now let's configure that transaction step monitoring. Okay, so how you can configure that end-to-end monitoring? So like login to log out. If I'll go to my Dynatrace, and if I'll go to synthetic, now, so browser will give you that a screenshot. Okay. So what is the difference? Somebody will ask you that what is the difference between HTTP and browser? So you can see that even HTTP also can be configured as a browser-based monitoring, but browser is a little bit costly, and compare in the browser they are providing additional things like they are providing a screenshot of that application as well. Okay, so that is little bit. So when it is goes down, right, they will show something. If this UI got changed, this easy travel, that area will become yellow, red also, right? Then what will happen is you have changed that UI little bit. Okay, so what will happen is it will fetch that and it will show that actual screenshot and current screenshot. They will compare it also. Somewhere they will see that is not matching, it will throw an error. Okay. So that also provide that error. So now let's configure a transaction step monitoring, like end-to-end, where it went. Disgusting. Create synthetic browser page, give the URL. I will copy this. Give the URL and remove this. Name of the monitor will give my application. Just I'm giving application, and you can write a script if you are wish to do that. Yeah, no, then you can go visual mode. Now what I need to do is when you wanted to configure as a project-based monitor, either you can add all the events manually also. Yeah, there is a way that Dynatrace provides synthetic recorder. So synthetic recorder, you can do it when you have that synthetic in this Chrome extension. It got added. Let's pin it. Okay. Now we'll go here. refresh this page. So you can see now URL gone. Huh? Copy this. Give the URL. This will give us my application. This is application name. Okay, you can keep it based on your. Okay, I need to do now. So what I need to do is I'll record, use recorder. So Dynatrace provide recorder. Okay. So if you click here, record click path. Okay. What will happen is this recorder will hit this URL in the incognito mode. Now you are logging in. Click here. You are logging as this user. You are searching for a USA. So I have select this. From date I am giving from here to, then search that you got this, you wanted to book this one, then next you are filling this credit card details, next, okay, your got generated, close, your ID got generated, so you got this ID, go this. Now see everything got added. You want to play back, you want to, now you wanted to monitor, then go next, every 5 minutes, next, run this, come to location, next, configure. So little bit becoming, so now just we did as a simple steps, okay? But when you do something, right, we need to validate some content. You need to do some left, right, like when it is reach 200, yeah, that will reach to 200. Then what you need to do is after getting that, you need to modify this. In that edit mode, if any content validation is required, okay, some of those, then you can validate the content from here. So we did recorded click path. Okay, then we can see that a script now, right? Now you need to modify it according to your requirement. Then you need to record the check it is working, not working, and then you can take it. So recorder will work for you at least for 80 to 90%. Then you need to do some modification, and then you can. Okay. Then same we have outage handling, threshold. Some you can set up, like you need to ignore something, yeah, you need to block something that you need to do. So that user ID and password, right? So when you hit that, right? So make sure that you have a for synthetic, they will create one service account for this application or thing, and with that you can configure it. Okay. So now it will capture. Just wait for another 5 minutes. If something got failed, you need to check it and analyze execution details. Okay, and see why it is failing, where it is not loading, what is not loading, all those things. Right now, data is not loading. Wait for 5 minutes. You have configured for every 5 minutes, right? You can wait. This setting up. Any doubt? Say yes, no.
No, this was everything was okay.
Yeah.
Just wait for a few minutes to capture the data. And it will capture the screenshot also. You guys able to access the Dynatrace portal? Everyone?
Yeah.
If for anyone it is very new, then check it where I can see service, where I can see host. Go to that edit button, check it. Because see, if you join Dynatrace administrator and you have that knowledge, then only they'll give that admin access. It's very costly. If you do not have the admin access and sometimes no, what they will tell you that complete that university training, complete that associate certification, then only you get that. Yeah, there will be some internal exam. Some of the company have seen they have internal exam. You need to clear it, then only you can get that access. Yeah, you wanted to have a Dynatrace project, people should get certified, like TechM, very famous for that. So every company has a different concept. Okay, so make sure that you make use of this portal. Okay, why I'm telling you, it's very difficult to get Dynatrace portal access. Okay, and that is end to end. You are the owner of this. Okay, that each and every configuration we have that and all. Very difficult to get that. So make use of this portal for 2 days. Use it little bit. Note it down where you wanted to note down something that you noted down. So you'll remember little bit. Otherwise, what will happen is you forget something like okay. Now this is also active. Now availability did not capture, just to wait. Because whoever is buying Dynatrace using right that customer, they're paying in terms of crore year. Every year they need to pay 10 crore, 20 crore, 50 crore, something like that. Very costly. One server, 8 GB RAM, 16 GB RAM, $300. You see, most of your system is not satisfied with 16 GB RAM, right? Your application may require 64 GB RAM, right? 64 GB RAM, 32 GB RAM, 128 GB, which is very huge, 128 GB RAM. See how much portion is required, and based on that, you need to calculate that. It's too much. You see, it's getting captured. Not captured properly. Okay, so this way you can do that. Okay, so this is the way where you can understand that a screenshot if some of the page goes down. See, we pay this right. So it will capture. Okay, then you need to analyze the execution events or the thing. If something goes down, you need to do that view execution. See, actual failure, everything it will show you. So that way you can understand. Okay, make use of it little bit. Go understand everywhere. Click what are the metrics we have. I cannot explain everything in the 2 days, but yeah, 90% I can. So you can able to understand, configure everything. Okay.
Is that synthetic clicks has only 16 pages in the easy travel
Yeah.
application? Not
Yeah.
more than that, right?
We have, because we have configured that last page, right? 16 pages. Wherever we click, right, everything is get captured.
So he's asking the limit actually. We can give a
No,
number
no,
of
no,
events.
no. The limit we have unlimited. Wherever you want, if you want to go 50 pages there, you go with 50 pages. Okay, because I'm not configuring it. Why? Because more, too many synthetic, yeah, more than, because this application got end up here only, right? Now, suppose some of the applications it required 20 pages, yeah, 23 pages. What will happen is, if I configure one more, yeah, two more, license will get exhausted for any of this. Okay, then I cannot use this Dynatrace portal at all. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Again, I need to take another try. It will be difficult. Okay. So synthetic is consuming because we have configured every 1 minute, right? Can anyone can do the changes for every 1 hour for both?
Yes.
You can able to do that?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Okay. Now let's move to another topic. Okay. So the topic is called a smart escape topology. And then we'll go with management. Escape topology. What is a smart escape topology? So Dynatrace provide this a smart escape topology. So with the help of a smart escape topology, you can understand complete application. How many data center we have? We have only one data center running on US East 1B. How many hosts we have? 3 hosts. 1 app 1, private location 2, 3 1 agent. Total 4 hosts we have, right? 4 we have. So if you click on this host, how many processes are running? How many services are running? How many applications get connected? Right? So you can understand this complete flow itself. So if somebody asks to run this application, this EGTRL application, which process is required? This is the main process. If this process goes down, application will go down, right? So they'll give you the entire top-down and bottom-up approach you can able to understand. So if you go from the top, if you go from the host level, you can see that host Windows server, which are what are things that are only this thing, no service. If I see this, you can understand the correlation, right? You understand, you know, right? Correlation. This process running on which to run this application, which service I need to check, which process I need to check. You don't know, then it will be difficult to check with someone. Although since there is no proper naming convention, you need to check with shadow with someone. You need to understand. But if you have that smart script topology, you can understand it with everything. Okay, and there is a if you click on the service, you can see all are connected. Okay. But if I'll go to my PPT, and if I'll show you that a smart escape topology, this one, that a smart escape topology, you can see lot of things we have: single line, complete line, dotted line, right? You can see that dotted line. You can see that, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So that dotted line, if I open that as a mode, you can see we have a dotted line here. Means that there is no transaction was happened last 24 hours. Means during this to this service to this service, yeah, this service to this service, there is no transaction will happen in 24 hours, that it become a dotted line. Okay, after 72 hours, it will become an independent, like this. Like see, these two are independent, so there is no transaction will happen like here to here, and we don't know from here to here. I should go here to here. We don't know, but it become an independent. If it is here to here, then from here to here it become independent. If it is here to here, then if it is here to here, then it will become. We don't know. So whenever there is no transaction will happen, then it will become an independent. So after 72, 24 hours, within 20 the transaction will happen, it will become a dotted line. Okay. So like this we can understand. You can see that dotted line. There is no flow is happening. It happened from here to here. This is a COM. This is a Chrome driver. So like this, there is the concept of dotted line and single line. If somebody asks in the interview, what is the dotted line and complete line? You see, Dynatrace, Smart Escape, topology, dotted line and complete line. I think what the dotted line means that there is no request between two entities in 2+ hours. Now, why they are mentioned after 72 hours, there is no request, then if connection age goes out and no longer wins on the system. So after 72, I think we need to check that documentation. See, if you read this, you can understand. A smart escape display the data for past 72 hours. Therefore, can't be adjusted using a time frame selector with the view. Now we'll see dotted line. Control F. Will wait. Not so. A connection goes out, no longer sensitive. Connection has been inactive more than 72 hours. Okay, after 72 hours, it goes out. If service has received any load during the last time, so something like that. Okay, that's a concept. Okay, you read this, you can able to understand. Dotted line, complete line. Okay. So there is a concept of dotted line and complete line. Okay. So after 72 hours, it goes out. Now, so a smart script topology you understood, right? So you can, there is a top-down approach and bottom-up approach. We used to call top-down approach, yeah, bottom-up approach. So if you going from top to down, so you can see whichever is required. If you are going from bottom to up, you can understand everything it is running on that server. Okay. Did you disable that? Did you reduce that frequency for synthetic monitoring?
Yeah.
Thank you.
In advanced setup, I just changed to 1 hour.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Good. So that way, this is top, bottom to up, right? This is top to down. Okay. Both approaches. Okay. So wherever you want to analyze, you can analyze from top down also, bottom up also. Okay. If you see it like this, you can do and see. This is a bottom to up. You can understand the complete flow from data center to application. Clear?
Yeah.
Guys say yes, no.
It's
You
clear.
can here we have, you can remove that inactive one, whichever inactive. Okay. That also you can do that. Okay. Like that you can do. Inactive, unconnected. Suppose if you go service, right, you have option to hide unconnected, so inactive, hide inactive. Like this. So reduce that and you can understand that real traffic. Okay. Okay. So let's have a 10 minutes break. Let me have a tea and then we can start. Okay. And also go for a break for 10 minutes.
Yeah, Deepak,
Okay.
before leaving, one
Okay.
question from application configuration.
Hmm.
So we have configured and we have JavaScript, right? We inject the JavaScript. So is this for all the application or for any specific applications? Like we have Node.js or some other applications. So
see, what we are doing is we are configuring that endpoint. You have not understood. We have configured the application endpoint. We don't care if it is a Java or .NET, right? You configure the endpoint, right? Endpoint provide that Java syntax, okay, to inject in your header. Okay, if it is a Java, if it is a Node.js, if it is a Java, we don't care. If it is just you go and insert this injection in that index.html. Okay, so if it is a Node.js or something, automatically it will get instrumented. Okay, so there is a, if it is a running on Linux, yeah, it is a .NET application, right? Is running on, so there will be a application index.html page. Application has to where all that application will see that. There they need to insert that instrumentation because we are instrumenting on their header level. Okay, not in the code level. We are injecting in the code, but we are instrumenting on the header level. So once you configure that endpoint, because endpoint has a URL. Once you configure that endpoint, you will configure it as a because we configure EGTRL URL, right? Now let's configure that. Give me any .NET application that real time. You tell me. That tell me you give the application once you configure that URL, automatically it will give you that injection. If you see, take any of the website that instrumented Dynatrace. Tell me. You remember any of the website got instrumented on Dynatrace? Like who and all using Dynatrace? Give me that website name. I can show you that injection. Okay. So let's which website will go? So we'll go Dynatrace and check customer. Okay. Okay, solution platform where we have customer, yeah. See customer story. Any of the website you open, okay. Okay. Go this. Expect. Find dropship. It is there. No. Not this URL. Okay. Which application you can go? Tell me any of the customer they are using Dynatrace. You go there on the website and see. ICICI Bank they are using, right? They are using Dynatrace. No, this is also not using. If you go any of the application, right, you go to that. If it is, you know that, right, this company has instrumented running on like .NET application and has implemented Dynatrace. Go there, view page, so you can see that same syntax we have for JavaScript. Okay, that's what my.
I just wanted to check that the process is same for other applications as well.
Yeah, it is same.
Apart from Java applications.
It is same. It is same.
Mhm.
Because it is, see, already starting to, it is not a when you are instrumenting anything, right? Either you are instrumenting one agent, you are instrumenting any application, right? It's not a technology perspective. If you go to that any other monitoring tool, right? You need to select that when you instrumenting application itself, you need to select that JVM. If it is a .NET, then select that .NET, all those things, and .NET we have .NET Core, all those things you need to select, and then you need to configure it, right? But here it is not like that. Dynatrace is very little bit refined for this. Okay. So we'll go for a break. We'll meet at 4:25. That fine?
Okay.
4:25.
Last question, Deepak. Are we, like, will we have any session for mobile application as well?
Mobile instrumentation, I will not have any kind of session, but I will show you that how to instrument it. Okay. And I will show you that how you can see the data once you got instrumented. Okay.
Okay.
So once you have that, right? Because I do not have any APK, all those things. I do not have mobile app itself. So I will show you that configuration, what are things are required, where you can go and you can implement all those things. But I can, so you can get that little bit the idea. So you can able to instrument that. Okay. Voila.
Thank you.
Whichever is possible, we'll do all those things. Okay. Which is not possible, I'll tell you this is not possible because a lot of configuration is required. Then I will give you that, show you that data, I will show you that configuration, everything, where you need to go, what are the things is required, and you go note it down a little bit. And whenever you do, right, you can understand. So little bit you go and do some go for Dynatrace documentation, check with support also a little bit, and then you can. Okay, let's go for it. Let's have a break for 15 minutes and then we'll have a session from 4:30 to 7. We'll cover a little bit. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
So we have covered synthetic. Now we are coming to the picture. There is a concept is called management zone. Okay. So what is management zone and why it is required? So management zone what is management zone and why it is required? So hope you remember. Now we have instrumented one application is called Easy Travel. Now suppose you have a multiple applications. Okay, multiple application means like you have a centralized Dynatrace team, monitoring team. Okay, and you are instrumenting there all the customers' applications. Okay, like every company works like you. Sometimes you work one of the client, right? We have only one client. Sometimes you are in that centralized monitoring team, like in product based, and all the application team they are coming to you. Hey, implement Dynatrace for my environment. Hey, second customers also, second application team also comes into your application. Implement that Dynatrace monitoring solution for my application. So what will happen is, if you don't configure the management chain, all the host, all the service, all the synthetic, all the AWS subscriptions, right? Everything it will show in the one page, correct? If you see, now if I'm going to the Dynatrace portal and checking for service, okay? If I'm going to the host page, all the customer I can see in the host page. This is a very key concept, okay? And lot of questions will ask me, I imagine. So suppose instead of 3, we have 3,000. All it will show in the one page, right? And 2,000 hosts belongs to different applications. So is it good to have all the 3,000 hosts in the same page? If I am the second application owner, then do I want to see that another application data in my tenant? Say yes, you. Means this is your baby, you should take care, right? Suppose you have a family, right? You are staying with 5 members, 4 members. You are allowing to enter some other anonymous user to enter to your family. Say yes, yeah, no.
No, definitely not.
Definitely no. Why? Because it is not good, right? It is not good fit. So as application owner, why I wanted to see other application data? But it is a centralized, so I am going to instrument everything on same environment. So what I need to do is, I need to configure that management zone. So once you get a data in the ocean, you can see, understand this data, you have not configured, this is the ocean. All the host, all the service, all the synthetic tools are in the same page. But when I filter with customer A, I can see only customer A data. If I filter with customer B, I can see only customer B data. Okay. So that is called management zone. So management zone, once you configure, either you can configure based on the application wise. Most of the times application wise. Application wise, we used to configure the management zone. Okay. So application A, we have Easy Travel. Then we have BPI. Then second, we have training. Suppose that application name we have, right? So whatever Easy Travel application we had host, we had process, we have services, we have web application, we have mobile application, we have synthetic, we have cloud, everything will move it to this zone. So when I filter with this Easy Travel, I can see only this zone data. Clear?
Yeah, clear.
So when I configure, now second is BPI. So I'll configure BPI as a management zone. So when I filter this, I can see that BPI host, process, whatever that BPI application we have instrumented, everything should be inside that zone only. Your application data should be shown within that zone. All the data it should be in that zone. Okay. So let's configure that management zone. Two management, yeah, 3 management will configure, and we'll move some data so you can understand that, like, and you can understand it. Now, one more thing. If you have configured that, now you have a 4 application, right? I said as application owner, hey, for my team, there is a X guy, you need to provide admin access. Now I have given admin access to everyone. See, now you can go and do some alteration from other application. You can do that, right? Now the thing is, people mindset is something some people has configured, and you wanted to configure for your application. What they will do, they will go and check how they have. Correct? Say yes, or no. And you edit, check it, and then based on that, you do copy paste. Right? Basically, you are doing cheating, right? You are seeing their configuration, and based on that, you are utilizing, right? You are not using your brain to configure it, but you are seeing that how this guy has configured for this application. Same way I'll configure it. Because you have access. But if I not allow you to enter that application itself, then what will happen is we can restrict that. So X member that we have given that admin access to everyone. Now everyone has an admin access. You can do whatever you want across the zone. If I give you that, you have only access for easy travel applications, you cannot see BPI and other zones. So security point of view also you can say. Okay, so you restrict to that zone only. You cannot enter to another zone. You cannot see at all if I don't allow you. Okay, so that I'll show you. Everyone I have given the access also. After zone configuration, I will do something, and then people can share the screen. So how to configure a management zone? If I'll go to setting page, preferences, management zone, add management zone, and give name is easy travel. Okay. Keep as a camel case. Description, you can put it, add a new rule. So rule you can give. So we have monitor entity. Rule applies to host, and add a condition. Host name. So host name equals easy review. We have contains easy. We have two, easy travel app 01 and easy travel application, right? So we have given, okay. Now I do the same changes. Just I have configured the zone. So where you can see that. Now if I'll go to my anywhere, if you go problem, if you go to the host page, now you can see that management zone. If I'll go to my AG travel, I can see my AG travel app 01. But if I filter with all, I can see all the data. Okay. So let's configure one more is called training. Two zone I'll configure. So you'll get clear understanding. Second zone I have configured is training. Description you can keep it. Now select that monitor entity and rule applies for host. Now add a condition. Give that condition name. Host will take now IP address. What is the IP address? Contains you don't have. You'll keep as a. So if you keep that IP address, you try with this or go here and you can take this IP address, check it whether it is taken or not. Control V. Review. You are getting Windows Server because we have an integration that is the reason it is showing. I have not shown you the AWS part, right? After integration, the data you can see right here. Now you can see that, right? How many hosts we have? 5. Click on this and click here. You can see all the 5 hosts, right? So this information also will be giving. That is the reason it's taking 2. Okay. So now I have configured 2 zones. Very good. Now if I go to my host page, now I'll go with training. I can see my Windows, right? Now I am restricting some guy whom I need to restrict. He can see only training. So training, for that, I should create a group first. Okay, so I'm creating a 2 group. Group name is EG. Make sure that spelling is correct. Access account, what he can do, access account, that's it. And I need to go here, and in this, okay, I have configured which one, easy travel, right? So easy travel, what he can do is he can access the environment, he can see the logs, he can change the monitoring setting, and this information he can do, right? Now I'm accessing one guy. To restrict, he can see only easy travel. He cannot see all. Whom I need to restrict? Tell me. Shrikant. Okay. So Shrikant, I'm doing. So he can see only easy travel. Remaining part, I am removing him. Now, Shrikant has only that zone access. Shrikant, can you try to log in now and share your screen?
Yeah, sure. Can you stop?
Let me know what. Yeah, just. Now you try to say. I will allow. Wait. Now you try to say.
Okay.
Now you tell me, go to the host page. Refresh that. Wait. Last 30 minutes. 30 minutes. To refresh little bit. It will take time to reflect.
Yeah.
Reflected. Just you click on the time frame.
Okay.
And custom time frame.
Shall I give 5 minutes here? 0,
Give
5.
it. Run it. Still it is not reflected.
So
okay, you log out and log in.
Okay.
Sign out.
Yeah.
Sign out. Now you try to log in. See, now you have a filtered zone option. In the top, you have a filter, right? Right side corner, right side where you have a last 2 hours, right? There was a zone option, right?
Yes.
Earlier you are saying 3 hosts, not here. Let me share my screen.
Here, right?
You can stop sharing. No, I'm not there. I'll share my screen.
Okay. Hey, I stopped my screen.
Now you will see Shrikant does not have other member can check. Everyone has this filter option. I'll go to my host.
Yeah.
This filter option after before time. This is your management zone filter. Okay. Shrikant does not have this filter because he has seen only this easy travel, this one host, right? Shrikant?
Yes, yes, I
Correct.
don't see that filtering. Correct.
Yeah, because I gave her access to that zone only. He is part of only easy travel zone. Are you with me? So you can restrict that also on the zone level because people belongs to A application. I will give only A zone access. Why I will give all access? Only Dynatrace global admin on Dynatrace admin has all the authority to do everything. But application team point of view, yeah, any development point of view, yeah, performance testing point of view, yeah, engineering point. If it belongs to X application, he should get only X application access. He should not get other application access. Okay. So you need to create a group also. So just now I have shown you how to create a group. Is it clear? You need to go to identity management, group management. I have created a group that is called Easy Travel here. And Easy Travel, what they can do? They can access the account. They cannot manage the users. Even though you can write some policy also, if you are interested. And then what in the Easy Travel, what kind of access you have? Access environment, replace session data, view logs. They can see manage security also. They can see sensitive. All the access I have given and I have set changes. So he can see only, he can play within that zone, Easy Travel zone. He cannot enter to this zone. He cannot see it. So now I am restricting their environment. Hey, you are belongs to Easy Travel application. You can see only Easy Travel application data. You cannot see other applications. Only Dynatrace global admin can see entire. Clear? Say yes, no. I know I am a little bit fast, but you say yes, no.
Yes.
Okay. Now I am allowing him, otherwise he will feel little bit why this guy has given for me to only this one. So I am Shrikant, I am giving to Alex. Now he can see everything. Earlier he is part of that zone itself. Okay, now he can see everything. Right. So that way you can manage that account. Okay, when you have multiple account with zone. So now let's go to. So now I have created a rule. I have moved their host part, only host information, right? Now I need to move their application. I need to move their synthetic. I need to move their service. I need to move their lot of things, right? So for that, everything I need to create a rules. So if you see preferences, management zone. Now I am creating for one zone because it will take longer time. So I am creating for host, right? Same way. So there is a lot of things you can do that with the host name, with a tag, with entity ID, with a lot of things you can do that. So you can understand, just to understand how to create a rule. So now I'm doing for monitor entity, rule for application. So you can take that. Where is application? So we have web application. What is the application name? You tell me. Contains. What is that application name we have given? Easy Travel.
Easy Travel. Yeah.
Preview. We got this. No. What is the application name? At least you can tell me what is the application name. You go to web and check what is the application name. Easy Travel. E capital T capital. Travel. Because now you see, listen. I have enabled as a case sensitive. Then it should take case sensitive, right? If you disable it, and then you type T stand for T also, it will work. Correct. So make sure that these are the things you need to take care. So now I am getting easy travel, save changes. Now I should move their synthetic. Go to easy travel. Now you create a rule for synthetic. So whichever part is there, you need to create. Monitor entity, take for not service, synthetic, right? So take HTTP monitor. What is the condition? Monitor name. What is that? Equals contains. We have EG with anything. Remove the case sensitive. So we have EG travel. I move that. Same way you need to create a based on that. We have not moved everything. Only one synthetic we have moved. Same way like that you need to create a rule and all those things and you need to move. So now I am moving their service. So entity selector will take the entity, then service, condition name, service name, service, service name equals not start with is the begin with. We can take as a EG. Okay, and remove that case sensitive and apply underlying host and the process automatically it will get reflected and save changes. So little bit I moved. Okay, so like this you need to create a multiple rules. So now if I goes to my anywhere you go to the host, multiplying high. Okay. Sure, no problem. Okay, I'll say that. So now if I goes to my easy travel, you can see host. Now if I goes to my application, how many application belongs to? This one application. How many service? So how many service we have? We move 2 service only. Then process, technology and process, we moved these 4 process groups. Then what we moved? Synthetic. We moved that synthetic. So we moved, right? Little bit. So based on that, you need to create a rule. Rule, make sure that while you're creating, you make sure that condition, this is a permutation combination you need to apply, and based on that, you need to say what I should take. It will capture all the hosts, all the process, all the service, all the synthetic. Okay. So that way you need to think of it and then you need to move that. So once you move that, then and I will give you that only this zone access. You cannot see other application, right? Say yes or no. Okay. So this is concept of management. Hope it is clear. Everyone is silent. Okay. Nobody is saying. Shikandar, are you clear?
Yeah, I have a doubt here.
Okay.
The management zone A has a application. Okay. And the person has access to only management A. Suppose easy travel for this management zone. So the application calling by some service which is in other management zone. Okay, can he see that service in his console?
No. Make sure that you are moving that service in both the management.
In application, it will show you all the data, right? If you click on application or service, it will show you how many services it is calling and which database it is going, the transaction and all, right? So will it
will that will point, okay? But if that database or that service it is there in that zone, then you cannot go to that zone service because you do not have access. So make sure that that kind of service, okay, that will happen. That kind of service it should be in the both zone. Okay, so you add it here also and add it there also. Okay. Okay. See, these are kind of scenario cons, right? It will happen over rarely. One application to application, right? Rarely it will happen. Okay. So make sure that what you can do is it should pointing to X also and pointing to Y also, that service. It should be part of both. Then what you can do, you can put it in X also and put it in Y also.
Suppose if it does not have to access to Y, so if you click on that service which is there in Y, will it show data or it will throw any error?
No, data it will show, and that service you cannot see because you do not have. Then while creating a zone, right, moving that, so everything it will be there in the all. Right? You can see everything it will be there in the all. Correct. So this easy travel, suppose part to be easy travel also and part to be training also. I can put it in both places. So they can see all the data. Correct. You can put it in the both places. Okay. Because see, this data is kind of ocean. Okay. When just to think, when you have 100 of applications, 1,000 of servers, and all the components you are monitoring, it will so to load the URL take another 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. Okay. When you see that broader environment, okay, when you have 500 synthetic, 700 synthetic, 1,000 synthetic, 100 application, 10,000, 15,000 Dynatrace server, there will be 20,000, 10,000, there will be a services. It will be difficult, like for one application, first service will be in first page, and the service will be in 10th page, right? So in that case, it will be meshy, okay? So that is the reason we use to segregate that environment, that application. So data will get segregated. It will be easy to filter also, easy to see also, easy to give access also. Because what is happening is nowadays, X application, suppose I am the product-based company and I am giving my application to support, right, to Accenture. Another application I'm giving support to Cognizant, and third application I gave to Wipro. Now, Wipro also user also has to be accessed. Accenture also has to be accessed, and Cognizant also has to be accessed. Okay. Now all are three applications implemented on Dynatrace. Okay, I'm a product owner. It is my tenant. Okay, I'm giving access to everyone to support that. What will happen in that case? If you are giving direct admin access and you have not created a zone, then you are what the application essentially what they will do. Hey, this is monitored by different, like alter something, and they'll keep you on problem, right? Correct. If X application did that essential I said, from that my company one guy should have admin. Say yes, it happens. So that is the reason we used to configure a zone and we used to restrict to that zone only. You cannot see YZ where it is, whether it is there or not. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
So that way it will happen. Okay, so management zone, this is the way you can configure the management zone. There are a lot of rules we have. I think more than 1,000 rules you can write in the one zone. So based on the tagging, based on that naming, conventions, all those things you can configure. So you need to go to preferences, management zone, and configure. It's very crucial things, and every account Dynatrace environment you go and you have seen, you can see that zone. So there is a lot of rules. So rule can be applied for, if you monitor entity, can be applied for service, process group, host, device. This is for VMware ESX host, custom device, host group, data center, queue, MQ and all, right? Kafka queue, MQ queue level, then application, enterprise application, mobile application, all those things, HTTP monitor, browser monitor. Earlier we have app mode that also you can move that little bit, AWS level. Okay. And suppose I wanted to move that AWS account condition. What is the account name we have given? Account ID, I don't remember. AWS, what is the account name we have given? Remember? What is the account name we have given? Can you tell me that? Which subscription we have given? Guys, at least you can tell me, right? So we have given Easy Travel Prod subscription. Okay. Then it went up. So we can begin with just I keep EG. I don't type because case sensitive I will remove and preview. Now it is getting moved, all those things. And save changes. So like that, you can do lot of service. We have that. You can go and have a look and you can configure little bit, try to do some decent things because this and thing does not require any configuration license, right? So you can create a zone, understand it. In that zone, you move something, you create a rule so you can understand it. Okay. Some data you try to move in the training zone. Okay. Yeah, you create own zone and same data you try to move, replicate from here to there, there to here. So you can understand everything, it will be shown in the all. Okay. So this way you can, so here you can see that zone. Now the management zone is clear. Say yes, no.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now I'm going with concept is called tagging. So you know what is tagging? Say yes, no, anyone. Have you done ever tagging?
To identify host or application, we give a tag, the common name.
Yeah. Yeah. So what is happening is, suppose this is the application BPI. This is the EG travel. Right? Application is running on app 01. So what I do is I will create a tag. I will add some tag on the AWS, yeah, Dynatrace, everywhere, right? We used to define a tag. What is in this is this application? What is the app name? Okay, has EG travel. What is environment? Production. Right? So plot type, where it is running, plot type, EC2, something. So this kind of tags we used to add, right? So once you add the tag, so tag can be applied manually. Yeah, rule based. So if I'll go to my AWS account, I'll go to my, where is my AWS? Yeah. Now I'm in AWS. I will go to my AWS. Okay. Where is my services? EC2. And I am adding a tag. Okay. So what I will do is I will go to my EG travel tag, manage tag, and I can add. So name EG travel. Then environment, you can add something like this production. You're adding, right? Add customer. Customer as a EG travel. Then what will add? Okay. Plot type. Something EC2, something, right? So like this, we used to add a tag. Okay. So in here also we used to add a tag. So if you see here, now if I go to my host page, so right now, just now I have created other one that it will get reflect. It will take time. Earlier, what was there? Earlier this was there, right? Name EG travel application,
Yeah.
correct?
Name alone there.
Yeah. Now I have configured some environment production, application, EG travel, customer, EG travel. It will get visible. Just wait for 5 minutes here to 3 minutes. It will take time to reflect. Okay. So now I have added tags. So when you integrate, why it is not happening? Because of integration. Because we have that direct integration with Dynatrace with AWS. That is the reason it is happening. Okay. Now I can create a tag also for Dynatrace from the Dynatrace also. So what I will do is, So there is a two types of tagging. One is manually and one is rule-based. Rule-based means we used to call automatic applied tags. Automatic applied tags. A tag has a key and value. Correct. If environment is a key, then what could be the value? Like prod, UAT, EPRT, right? SIT. It could be anything, right? So if application is a key, then what is going to be the value? Application name. Correct. So that way you can configure it. Okay. So now if I goes to my Dynatrace and I can configure. So this way, if you are configuring here, environment, production. So this is a manual tag. You are adding manually. If I tell you, hey, 10,000 server you have, you add environment production. What do you say? Hey, are you going crazy? Okay, who will do 10,000 servers? You say, are you able to do that? Say yes, no. Now,
Yes.
if I tell you to add environment production as a one tag, 10,000 servers, 10,000 process, 10,000 service, 10,000 application, how many days you require? Tell me. Then say, at least I need 1 day. I need 24 hours, 30 hours, 2 weeks, 1 week. They say, yeah, sure. You cannot do that, right? You will become, if somebody asks to do some Excel work and do copy paste, you will get irritated if you are a good developer, a good administrator. You will try to do something that to compare, you are trying to do VLOOKUP. Correct?
Yeah.
Something you wanted to compare, you are doing copying that column and putting in another sheet, and you are trying to compare, and then you are saying these are the data is not available, not there in that, so we can install it. If I tell you to add this kind of basic things on the 10,000 server or 5,000 server, you will get a mad. No, I don't want to do this. So for that, I need to create a rule for this. So what I can do is I'll go to setting. Where is tag? Tag, automatic applied tags. Create a tag. What could be the tag name? Environment. Yeah, application name. Name. And what could be the tag value? No, something like this. Okay. Just I'm giving a random name. Okay? I'm not doing it. Okay? So something like this I wanted to add. So where I wanted to add, so I need to create a rule. So rule applies for monitor entity for service. Yeah, take application, condition, application name begins with, yeah, you wanted to add for all, does not equal, and you give some regex. Remove this, preview, you are getting all this. I'm writing some regex, okay, and same changes. So everything it took inside that. So I'm giving this. Okay, why it is happening? Oh, there also got added. So remove this. Save changes. So everywhere it got added. So now if I'll go to my web, and you can see it, every all are fresh. Okay, so now if I goes to my web application, you can able to see. Easy travel. Also, this tag got added. You can see. Oh, why value is not get added? Tag automatic apply tags. Application name. Oh, tag value we have not given. Sit. Snow. Okay. Something happened. Sure. You can see. Now go to web. You can see if I goes to my training. See, got added. Right. So like this, you can create a rule. So it can be added every year. Okay. So when you have 100 of hosts, 100 applications, something you can write some reject something, okay, and you can insert it. Okay, got it?
Deepak, suppose we have management zones created with some tag. Okay. After some time, we have created these manual tags. So will it reflect on the management zones? Will the values changes on the management zones?
See, management zone, tag and management zone both are different. Okay, inside that zone, I gave you one access to one zone. Okay, you create a tag. If you have access, you can create a tag. It will get reflected. Both are different concept. Okay, management zone is you are moving the data from ocean to your zone. Okay, you have if suppose there is a land for 30-60, your part is only 30-40, right? So you are part of that zone. So what I'll do, I will cut it, right? But still that land is part of that complete square foot, right? So what will happen is you can do whatever things in your zone. You have access, you can configure it, you can create a tag, you can install the agent, you can configure them up. Everything you can do that if you have access.
Yeah,
Does
understood.
it answer your question?
But while creating management zone, you get the conditions we are creating, right? Like host tag, something like tag it matching while creating. So after some time, you change the tags here. For maybe you have some servers and you are now changing the tags. So
then what will happen is, suppose somebody has created a management with the help of tag. Okay, now you have deleted that tag. Yeah, you have renamed the tag. Does it? It will fail the data, right? It will not fetch the data, correct? Now I have created a management zone with the help of tag. Okay, no, management zone you can configure. Inside that, whatever the rules we have configured, suppose now what I'm trying to say is, if I'll go to my setting and I will create that one rule I have creating inside the zone with the help of tag, host tag. Okay, now you have deleted that host tag. Yeah, you have modified that host tag. In that case, what will do? It will not fetch. It will not fetch the data, but zone will exist. Now, suppose I'm creating a tag, add new rule, take a entity, rule applies to some service, and I have given a condition, service tag. Okay. Okay. We have not added any tag for service, right? So we take as an application. Enterprise application has add condition. We have added 2 times. Delete this. Okay, and then we have where it is. So property you can take apply web app what is taking monitor rule type, monitor entity, rule type, application node, web application, and then we take a web application tag, okay, that you are talking about, right? And tag value is something, not this one. Tag key value will take. So tag key equals application name, okay? Now you have given that, right? Now I started fetching the data, okay? Now what will happen if you delete that tag? If you go to web and if you delete this tag, what will happen? It will not fetch the information, correct? This is a basic question. If you remove this now, application name, key name, like set, what will happen? It will not fetch the data. It will not show the data in that view, correct?
Okay.
Did I answer your questions?
Yes, yes.
So that way you can configure the tag. So there's a two types of tag. One is a manual tag and automatic apply tags. You can create an n number of rules, okay? So n number of rules you can create. So now, so what you need to do now, if you go to the service page, see there is so many services, but all the service cannot move one shot, right? 11 service we have, all have different naming. But most of the cases, if you go to that real-time scenario, right? Application has with same naming convention. If it is not there, the naming convention in the proper way, you define with some start with. Okay, so what will like if it is authentication service, it is easy travel hyphen authentication service, booking service, easy travel hyphen booking service. So what I will do is I can contain with a filter with in the rules I'm creating, right? I can take it begins with easy, something like that, right? So when you do that, it will be easy. Okay, easy to create rules, easy to create a filter. But most of the times, application has that strategy. They have most of the see. If it is go for enterprise level and good customer good client, they have everything as a strategy. If you're defining the host name, that also they have to define that convention. Okay, start with host, start with data center, then it is from where it is located, then it is which kind of environment, then what kind of application running. There is some keyword it will take, and based on that they will define the host name. Have you seen that? All are employees, right? Employee. Are you working on it soon? That host and all we have seen that, right? They have proper naming convention, correct? For defining the host name also. Say yes or no. So if it is not there, then I'll suggest you can configure it, okay? The proper naming convention. Can you hear me? Just say yes, at least yes or no. Can you hear me?
Yes, able to hear you.
Because I'm seeing that your internet connection unstable. That is okay. So that way you can define it. Okay. Shall I move to the next topic? The tag part is clear.
Yes.
Now we are talking. Let's talk about upgrades. That we have a lot of questions. A lot of people have asked, right? How you can upgrade that Dynatrace One Agent, all those things, right? So let's talk about how you can upgrade your Dynatrace One Agent when you wanted to have that. Okay. One agent upgrade. Okay. So there is a three types of option to upgrade your Dynatrace One Agent. Okay. One is automatic upgrade. Second is no automatic upgrades. What is third one? Tell me.
One click.
Which one?
Scheduled upgrades.
One click, right?
Something like that. Even I don't remember.
One click is.
So where we have the upgrade option, one agent. Why it is happening that every time it's getting refreshed? Because I have not confirmed the account, okay? And that temporary email, it will not visible now. That inbox is not visible now. So I think that is the reason. So if you go to the setting page, if I'll go to one agent upgrade, where we have upgrade option in the preferences, one agent updates, that is called upgrade. So we have automatic updates at the earliest, or automatic updates during the maintenance window. So we are configuring the maintenance window. Like maintenance window means, right? When your application is going to have some activity, right? Like application is going to schedule restart, yeah, application is going for some feature upgrade, yeah, some functionality upgrade, yeah, bug fix. So it is happening on Sunday midnight. Every month, sometime the data application refresh is happening, right? Every week, Sunday midnight, maintenance out, right? So you are creating a maintenance window to does not alert anything, right? False alarm should not happen, right? So for that time, so that you can configure that time also automatic update during the maintenance. When you configure that application as a maintenance mode, then that time you keep it. So you can, it will agent also will get upgraded. And so once it is done, then you can disable as a mode. Hope it is clear. Very basic. Okay. What to call it. Hope it is clear.
Yeah.
Say yes, no.
Yes.
I think it's very basic, right? So like suppose if you guys are working, right, you are getting the mobile also. Hey, your bank is unavailable, that IMPS transaction you need, whichever transaction you are doing, right, it becomes unavailable during this time to this time because we have a maintenance. We are getting message also, right? So once it is going for a maintenance activity, that application, so and that application is monitored by Dynatrace, suppose, then we can configure that one agent update for that maintenance window. Whichever application you have configuring for maintenance window for that application, same time I'll configure that maintenance window. So if I'll configure this automatic update during maintenance window, then because there is no maintenance window, what are the agent is? So now it is not showing. Once you configure that maintenance window, then it will show and then you can save it. Yeah, if you don't want to upgrade, then no automatic upgrades. No automatic upgrade. Okay. Clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I'll keep a pause for 10 minutes here itself. If you have any doubt, you can ask me questions.
So from upgrades, we used to manage from mission control also, right?
No, we don't manage from the mission control. If there is a push, okay, he will push that, okay. But we are managing from the Dynatrace. From the mission control, we don't have that control because always running on Dynatrace problem. You can't do anything. So whenever they are pushing that upgrades, you put it no automated. You will get a pop-up. Okay. Here you can see you will get a pop-up that here that is called event notification. You'll get a notification like one agent update is available for this host, all those things, but you are not updating because you have selected as a node. If you select as your first option, automatic update at the earliest convenience, then it will get up when they will push it automatically get update is available. In mobile also you have seen, suddenly you have seen, okay, your OS is getting updated, right? You have seen that and system is getting restarted. Sometimes you face that difficulty like you are on call here and your mobile is getting upgraded. Automatically update is happening because you have all those, we have selected as automatic updates, and then what will happen is your call get disconnected, right? Because your system is getting restarted. Because your OS is getting disconnected because of
Yes.
then you'll get a disturbance for call for 2 seconds or 2 minutes, right? Same way. You can correlate that. Any other dot till now, whatever we discussed? So let's start doing. I say yes, no, I'm good.
I want to
Suman
double.
Kumari?
Oh.
Yeah, go ahead.
Regarding during the one agent upgrade, so until we restart the services, it will not monitor with the previous version, right? Correct. I just want to confirm. Yeah. Okay. And might be will come on ActiveGate also. ActiveGate upgrade. Once we upgrade the ActiveGate, do we need to restart anything?
No.
Okay. So it will automatically capture all the. It will sync with the one agent. Not right?
Only when you update that one agent, right? Then make sure that now you see, I have stopped. I have installed that one agent, okay, on that app 01, right? Now you see one agent is not showing. Another one was we have restarted the application from the here, but all the things from this it is required from that server. I have not done it, so still it is showing it is not getting monitors. On some, if some of the traffic anyway, it is, some of the traffic is coming on this server, this service, then I cannot see it, right? Because not getting monitored. You see the process, Dynatrace manager no access to this process. Restart the process with this PID to start his monitoring. So when you upgrade that Dynatrace manager, maybe out of that 20 process, at 5 process, 4 process, 10 process, 15 process, it will show restart is required. It will show in this page. You go to that host page, any of the application host page, you can see that.
Okay.
Okay.
And on ActiveGate, can you confirm on that?
If you go to that setting, deployment status, because ActiveGate there is no component in it, right? Now if you see, now you suppose this upgrade is available, what module you will. So once you restart it, upgrade is happening, nothing will get affected. So when it is affected, I'll tell you, when you develop a plugin, okay, you develop some plugins, right? And plugins start monitoring, okay? So plugin, you cannot, something you cannot restart or something, right? So it will, during restart, upgrade, right? Like it will take 5 minutes to upgrade it, yeah, 4 minutes to upgrade it, that ActiveGate. That time, some of the request is coming through ActiveGate, like what we call like synthetic request, yeah, something, right? It's coming through, yeah, from plugins metric. That time data won't be shown. Make sure that automatic updates here also you disable as a best practice. For automatic updates, you can disable from here. Like suppose it took 2 minutes. Then in the 2 minutes, there you cannot see that if you take a graph for some of the metric to the plugin that what you develop, then you cannot see the data for 2 minutes because that time your application agent that synthetic is getting upgraded. So maybe in backend some restart is happening, the process restart or something is happening. Okay.
Okay.
Any other dot? I say anything.
Yeah, it's clear so far.
It's clear, right?
Yeah.
Let's move to other topic. How many members know Docker? Let's install Dynatrace one agent as a container. How you can do that? Anybody has idea? Let's launch one server. Amazon Linux. T2.micro, it is sufficient. Add a storage. I'm putting 50. Why? Because I need to install Docker and things. So earlier we installed one agent directly on the host, right? Now I am installing Dynatrace one agent as a container. Okay. So container is like the lightweight applications you can run on the one server, right? Multiple containers. Suppose you want to install Google Chrome in your system. How many Google Chrome you can install? Only one. Say yes.
Yes,
The
only
basic
one.
one. Okay. Yeah, you wanted to install one application in your system, Windows system. You can install only one because it doesn't so already installed. So you want to modify, yeah, you want to reinstall something, right? But if you have a container, it is a lightweight applications on top of your server. Container is running, and you can create a container. Each container you can install that same application. That's called replica. Okay. So if I'm not going little bit in depth in container, what is container, why it is required, all those things. What are the container command, all those things. You go to somewhere YouTube video or something, yeah, some of the training session. Just to understand what is container, why it is required, and what are the basic container commands we have. Okay, that here also I'll show you that what are the basic container commands. But little bit you go with 1 hour session, some of the YouTube video, you can understand. So now I'm installing Dynatrace one agent and the container. Okay. So this is my container server. Copy this. Let's give the host EC2-user. You can give training PEM file, open it, run it. Sudo space su. Anybody has Docker Hub access, a repository account? Do anybody has Docker Hub access, login credentials?
Checking my ID has or not, I'm checking. I logged in very long back, I'm checking.
Okay, even I think I'm not sure that is required. So let's install first Docker. So what is the command to install Docker? Okay. Install Docker on Amazon Linux. I think by default Docker is installed. We need to enable like this. Just you do that sudo yum install Docker because Amazon Linux server, right? By default Docker will be installed. Just you need to install. What you need to do is that Docker, all those things, right? Repository will be there, so no need to create anything. Just you go sudo yum install Docker. That's it. So now Docker is installed. Now I should go to Docker Hub. Because now I am installing Dynatrace one agent as a container. So I will go Docker Hub. And I will go with little bit what is called, just to search Dynatrace.
I pinged you my credential on the Docker Hub. If you want to log in, you can.
Let me see whether we can do without login also. If they ask login, then that's in the command itself will ask, right? So this is the Dynatrace one agent pull command, okay? But I am not going to pull directly because it's required tenant ID, it's required all those things, okay? Tokens, API tokens, everything. So what I will do, let me open my Notepad++. Gosh, already I do have that. So I do have this. So everything you can see here. If I goes to my this same command, just I have you copy this, put it in Notepad. Same thing I have aligned, okay, proper way. You need to align. Then Docker run -d replace through restart unless stopped. Okay, PID host, all those things. Okay, so what I will do is I will change this environment ID first. So we have different environment ID here. So I will go to my, this is my environment ID. Correct?
Yes.
So I will change here. Control V I have given. Now I need a token, right? So this is pass token. So I don't remember the pass token again. So again, I need to create.
I think you made a copy in Notepad.
Oh, I made a copy. No. This is my password for Windows server.
Okay.
I did not copy, I remember. So I can create again access token. Generate a token. Token name I can give as a pass token. And this is I given Docker. Okay. Unlimited. Generate. Copy this. Go to here. And change it. Here to here. Okay. I have changed it. So now my command got ready. So you copy this. So whenever you future will get right. Any alignment, if you do that right, proper way you have not done it, then it will face a problem. Okay. So I will putting in the chat. So you can keep it with you in your somewhere in the system. It will be easy. Now copy this. Run it. So you should have a root access. Run it. Run it. What is happening? Oh, Docker daemon is not running. So how to do that? Once Docker is installed, I need to enable the daemon. So I should do this command. Okay, now I need to start the Docker service. Now let's run this command. So now Docker service is running. If you do systemctl, then you can understand. But, I'm sure it will be running now. So if you do Docker PS now, you can see Dynatrace was running as a container. Okay, so let's pull some image from the Docker Hub. It will not ask you that Docker Hub credentials. Some of that will you pulling right from the private repo. I think it will ask you, right? So let's take that. What you wanted to install? Okay, Apache. Okay, so HTTPD. You want to Docker pull HTTPD. You do, it will pull that because this is a public repo. When you have a private repo, it will ask you that credentials. So if you do Docker image, so we have put that image. Okay, so you can see that, right? We have Dynatrace Origin already done. We have HTTPD. So how to run that image? Docker run -d is a detached mode and this image name. So this is another one created. If you do Docker PS, now you can see 2 containers, right? So this way you can do that. Okay, if you do, okay, so that way you can understand. Okay, so now if I'll go to my Dynatrace portal and if I'll go to my host page, you can see that. Not yet. You should have a 4 license, right? Just wait. Got it? Now, if you see, you can see other server, if you go, does not have container information. Because now I have installed Dynatrace One Agent as a container. So if you see view of container, you can see Dynatrace One Agent, it is coming. Now HTTPD also should come. Wait for 2 minutes. Okay, come. So we have Docker specific page. Okay. So you can see how many image we have, how many Docker we have, how many container we have, how many Docker image we have. So right now only one, but HTTPD also should show. If I goes to my Docker PS, only running container. HTTPD is running. So let's see whether it is coming. It should come. Take time to reflect. Now I think now it is coming. So it will capture that as a container. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you provide
Yeah.
those URL
Which URL?
from where you took the command to run Docker?
Okay. So go to the Docker Hub, search Dynatrace. It will go verified one. Okay, that this one is verified one. Okay, that one. So this is for operator. So operator will discuss later. So this is your page. The command already I have given. Just you need to replace with URL. URL with only tenant ID. If it is a managed one, then you need to replace complete URL and you need to replace with hash. Okay. Any doubt? Clear?
Yeah. I'm good.
You're good, right? Okay. So you guys have agenda, right? So a lot of things we have covered today. So somebody can say that which are the topics we have covered. You will stop sharing. I don't have that. I don't know where I can. Somebody can share your screen and share that agenda. So we can understand how many things we have covered. Yeah, let me find it.
I'm just sending to my mail and I'm sharing.
You can put it in the chat, no?
Okay.
You can upload in the chat, and I'll download it and I can send it.
Yeah.
So, how many people has a little bit knowledge on Docker? And let me know if you have any doubt. We can discuss. Okay, I'm recording. I'm doing pause now.